to start or when to stop. My love's like a bug, I can't stop pushing it. My head feels light, but I'm still in the dark. Seems like without tenderness, there's something missing.
1, 2.
I don't know where I am, but I know I don't like it. Open my mouth and I'll pop something frightful. Words are so cheap, but they can turn out expensive. Words like conviction can turn into sentence. I held your hand, rings, but not on that finger. We can stand down, but I was scared to go much further with it. Stop the chat, make sure that one that you're here. Next time you know, we're searching for a little tenderness. Where's the tenderness? When you're sitting to a tenderness, does the morning find you unimpressed? Where's the tenderness? So glad you're blessed with that love and affection.
All right. All right. Start your damn music there. Steel blow.
The dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Welcome.
All right.
Good Monday morning. Oh, these are always tough for me, man. I hate to be that guy. Monday, isn't it? It does suck, man. There's very few weekends left in the summer. I got schools coming back up, so I'll see the kids a lot less, but
He loves that idea.
you know, when you're a parent, that's always, there's pluses and minuses to it. More minuses as the school year comes up. More pluses when you've got lots of shit to do.
Yeah, a lot of pluses
but,
for him. Like no kids around.
I mean, what? You got this weekend, you got Labor Day weekend, and then that's it. Got the state fair coming up on Thursday. I got to make it out there. Renaissance Festival is up, but that's like 2.5 months long. So that'll be easy to get to. It's over. This weekend was an incredible weekend. Spent it all at the lake with friends. Family was there. Didn't know family was going to be there. I thought I had the cabin this weekend. I was wrong. It's fine. Like, it was still a great time. But like, you ask people, you know, I asked my neighbors and stuff to come to the cabin. I'm like, yeah, it'll be a great time. You know, somebody told me, no, I don't think anyone's going up this weekend. So I went, all right, we'll have a run of the place. We'll take the boat out. We'll have a fire. We'll have a 5 or 6 brewski day.
Who cares?
Johnny and I had that show at the
Jesus.
Blue Heron in Cold Spring.
Morning, K, dear. Thanks for showing up.
I knew we'd be doing that on Saturday night. And then just like Saturday morning. So Friday we go out there. Kids are out there. The
Doing all
neighbors are
right
out there,
today,
friends are
K.
out there, whatever. And we got, like I said, we got to run of the place. We're the only ones there. It's great. Wake up Saturday morning, all of a sudden, people start showing up. And I'm like, oh, shit. And then more people start showing up. And then a few more people start showing up, and all of a sudden, my friends are now just surrounded by strangers. Like, and you're just like, sorry. It worked out. It was still a great time, but I miss it come Monday. And then Monday comes, and you're like, all right, we got shows to do. Johnny's on vacation this week. I don't know if you guys remember that. Johnny's got his girl from California out. So he's taking the week off,
Ooh,
which is fine.
Johnny.
We've got a morning off tomorrow. I got to handle that thing. You know, the thing where I got to say, yeah, sorry, things got a little wild at the beginning of 2024. Yeah, not going to
Hope they
do that
break it
again.
off
I got to
in
be
his
like
ass
Morgan
in
Freeman
court
in his
tomorrow.
parole hearings, where I'm like, I can honestly say I'm a changed man. No threat to society here. So
You're a fucking
I gotta go
clown.
do that thing. Thank God that's doing better. Thank God that part of my life is good. For the first time in like 4 years, that part of my
Come
life.
on,
is
Aaron,
good.
get
That
good
feels
for my
awesome.
zero
Look,
watchers,
man,
you turd.
I just straight up have a lot of shit to be happy about. I've just got a lot of stuff to be thankful for, you know, after the way this year started and now the way it's going. So thank you for whatever role you might have played in that. A lot of it was friends and family and therapists. And I mean, it really was. It was an all hands on deck deal to put me back together again. And boy, do I appreciate it. I just, you know, that feeling that nothing that isn't important can get to you is really nice. I like that. It's, and the ability to ignore bullshit. You know, I didn't have that ability before. I didn't have that tool. I didn't have that skill set to like look at the like. I always thought everything needed a response.
I wonder where the
That's how I
skill
used to
set
think.
is or where it
And
lies at.
now it's sad, but at 37, you get that adult feeling where you look at people like throwing a fit or being stupid, and you can just look at it and go, "It ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm good, thanks. I'm gonna be over here." I love that feeling. Amongst many other things that I've accomplished this summer. That's a big one. In fact, people have been writing in. This is so nice. You know, people have been sending me messages, and I'm really sorry. There was one person I wanted to get to, and unfortunately, I can't figure out what platform they sent me the message on.
Come on, get to the
And
good
I really
stuff.
wanted
So,
to get back to him. But
opening monologue is weak today.
Scott sent me a message. Just Scott is good for now. Scott wrote to me. This was very touching. You know, since I've been going through, you know, dealing with people with addictions and the Al-Anon stuff and the therapy stuff and all that, I've
Scott
gotten a lot of
doesn't
interesting
exist. That's a
messages from
lie.
people. And it really does. Like, I'm sure it helps them, but it helps me too. And I appreciate it. And I think it's great. So if you guys ever, you know, are like, oh, I want to send a DM oversharing something to Aaron, but I don't know, is it bothering him? I love it. So thank you very much.
So
And
he's
keep
a
them coming.
boxing
But Scott says, hey, Aaron, good morning.
instructor
I
and
wanted to thank
a
you for
fucking
getting
counselor.
me
What
through
a
the toughest
twat.
time of my life. My
Bro,
wife
he
passed
does it
away
all,
from
this
cancer
fucking
on my
guy.
birthday 2.5 years ago.
Yeah, no
Listening to
shit,
your show
Dale.
was a
At
huge
school
part of
again.
helping me have
What
some
I did
sort
on
of
my summer
normalcy in my
vacation.
life. Keep up the
We
great
saw the
show.
Grand Canyon.
Keep up
That's
on the
it.
self-improvement journey. I am doing the same every day. I appreciate what you do. Thank you, Scott. And hang in there. And shit like that. Look,
Oh, God.
shit like that just means something to me. I
Scott
can't
don't
explain
exist.
it. I can't describe
The
it.
figment of his
It
imagination.
just does. So feel free to share that stuff. It makes me feel good. You know, I still have a tough time with like having a great weekend like I did Friday and Saturday, and then cleaned up, you know, the yard at the cabin and got everything packed up and went home Sunday. And I still get depressed. I still get like bummed out that weekend is over. I've always been that way too. Like even, you know, before everything got all fucked up, I always got really bummed out when like a really fun weekend ended, or like I was around really fun people. I don't know why. I always took that harder. You know,
Yeah,
maybe
because
it's
you depress
sensitivity. I don't
them.
know
Your
what it is,
presence.
but I had that yesterday. Sat around, watched Better Call Saul. Just had a really like remarkably unproductive day yesterday, but like in a good way. Really enjoyed it. Gordy and I hung out, watched a little Better Call Saul, and like I said, called it Called it good.
Well, dogs are good
think.
friends, so that's
All right,
good.
guys, we got to throw some thank yous out here. Then we've got a bunch of other stuff to talk about today. I hope you like the title of today's show. The title of today's show has to do with Post Malone.
Please
Don't worry, I'm
play
not going
none.
to play you cuts off the album.
Thank you.
I don't think I had a single monetized episode last week.
By
I don't think I get
intention.
ad revenue for any of the YouTube shows. The Rumble shows I do, but I don't get.
Yeah,
I
that
didn't
was
get
by
any
design.
revenue from the YouTube stuff simply because I just played so much music. In fact, I think we only have 1 or 2 morning shows that are even up from last week. YouTube had enough with me playing music to the point where they're just like, we're just zapping these shows. They're just gone. But hey, I feel good.
He
Off to
zapped
a
'em.
good start this week. Excited to have you guys here. A bunch of the YouTube mods got in touch with me this weekend, and they said, we want to clean up the YouTube chat. I said, go ahead. Go for it.
Yeah, no shit, man.
Real
Him
fans
or
have been
that
complaining
Eric
that people are
Church.
just being kind of
Dayla.
gay. So I said, well, get
Eric
rid of
Church,
them.
Post
And they
Malone,
said, really? I
and
said, I'm
Nick,
not going to do it. You
Big
go
Dick
ahead.
Nick
You guys make
Ricita.
it. Like I've always said, if you're somewhat, this show is supported by listeners' money. Like listeners give us money so that I can do this show. So you've become one of the really trusted ones. Take over. Absolutely. I want it to be good for you guys. You know, the people who monetarily support this show, the people who keep this show on the air, I want them to have fun. So if that means that they're like, hey, these people aren't fun, these people are just kind of sad, I'm going to bounce them. Sure. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Let's go to Ethan with 650 starting us off today. Thank you, Ethan.
Fuck you,
Doorman
Ethan.
over on PayPal with 15 starting out nice today. Says, let's celebrate
Doorman's
with
a
powdered
whack.
donuts and Celsius this morning. I don't need any energy drinks today. I really did need my energy drinks on Friday, unfortunately. I had to fall off the wagon.
Laced with some
I got
fine
plenty of
coca.
sleep yesterday between napping in the afternoon and just sleeping through the night. I didn't have to worry about that. It was we don't need any powdered donuts. We don't need any Celsius. We're good. But
Chris, my
thank
bro,
you
good morning,
for your
man.
concern.
Thanks for showing up. Eddie.
Funeral director with $2. I love how like I go to check on the YouTube super chats and stuff, and I'm sitting here talking about like, man, everything's so good, everything's so nice. This is one of the things about doing this show that like as I get better, like this is kind of the part where I go, you know that thing where I go, guys, come on, you're being silly. It's a little bullshit. Like you go to the YouTube stuff and it's just like not even towards me. It's just like negativity towards other people. You know? It's just like the first super chat I get is just calling like Keanu a dude and talking shit about Chrissy and Keanu. And it's just like, I'm sure that's fun for you guys and that's great. And that's awesome.
Isn't it amazing
you're
how
having a good time? But like for me, I just go and read it and I'm like,
he,
I had a great weekend. I'm feeling really good. Got
he
another
gets
awesome weekend.
just so
planned.
offended when
This
everybody's
weekend,
coming
lot
after
of
him
shit
or
looking
talking
up.
shit.
And then you just go to look.
Everybody else's
And
monsters,
you're like
but
starting
when
things off on Monday.
he does
and you're like, I hope
it's
I'm making
nothing,
people
big
happy,
nothing
putting
burger.
smiles on their faces, making the workday go by a little quicker. And then the first thing you read is it's just people shitting on each other. And you're just
It's
like,
fun to shit on each other.
you know? And not shitting on each other like busting balls. It's fun, which I've always loved.
Right.
It's like shitting on people. Like, and for no reason. It had nothing to do with
he's
anything I've been
exposing
talking
another
about.
one of
Nothing
his
to do with the start of the
fetishes.
show. It's just people being
Taking
shitty.
poops
And
on
it's just
people's
like,
head.
that doesn't, I got to ask you a question. That doesn't eat at your soul a little? Like, that doesn't take away a little piece of yourself? Like, I don't know. Funeral director with $2 says, Canoe. I don't know what tune this song is, but they made it to the tune of a song. Says, Canoe is a dude. Canoe is a dude. I don't know how you want that sang. I don't know the notes on that one, but thank you.
Don't
And then
sing it.
Squeal Like a
Sounds
Pig
like
with
it's
199
terrible.
says,
But
Chrissy
Canoe
and Keanu
is
were
a
talking
dude.
shit last night. Guys, that's fine. Like, why do you feel the need to tattle? Like, I don't get it. Like, if the two of them are obviously, you know, they've been snowed. It happens. They're internet people. We have nothing in common. There's no reason for us to cross paths anymore. But people want to come to you and they're like, these people were talking shit. And you're like, that's okay. Like, no, what are you? Like, people just want to line you up with other people to fight with them. And then you can look them right in the camera and you can go, guys, I don't want to fight. I just want to do a fun show, have a good time, make a little money, then call it a day. But they were talking shit. Who cares? Like, do you do that? Like, you don't do this.
Dude,
in
you
your
care
real life.
more
I
than
wanna keep
anybody
this
when
as
people
close
are
to
talking
real life
shit,
as possible.
bitch.
You know, like tethered to the real world if I could. That's why we talk about shit in the real world.
He's
Do
never
you
been
really go
tethered to the
around
real
people?
world. It's all a false
Please tell me you
reality.
don't. Like, you don't go around to people in your personal life and go like, so-and-so was talking shit. What are you going to do about it? Like, don't. I hope you're not like
Not
that.
a damn thing. He couldn't
because
beat up anyone.
Honestly, even if I don't know you, that bums me the fuck out to know that there's human beings who are that way. But don't be that way on the internet either. Keel Aldajuice with $2 says met Johnny and his girl at DC2 on Saturday. Oh, is that no? I was gonna say that's Deadpool Wolverine. I don't know what DC2 is. Good times, and then a Black Power Fist, which I think is very in vogue these days. Yeah,
dude.
I met
it's
Johnny and his
sickening.
girl this
It
weekend.
is
I met Johnny
sickening.
and his I don't think I'm supposed to be using names. I don't think so.
Very,
But,
very.
I met Johnny and his girl, and it was a lot. We had a great time. What was it? Saturday night when we did the Blue Heron. We can tell you now. We did Cold Spring Brewing Company's 150th anniversary party for all their employees. It was fun, man. It was a good time. Private gigs are always interesting because you go up there, you do an hour.
Private gigs, nobody knew.
There to hear comedy.
He kept that thing tight-lipped, didn't he? He didn't want
to kind of meet them where
he
they
was
are.
even
I like
concerned
that,
with the
that you have
corporate
to kind of,
fucking
you don't know
show.
what the show's going to be.
Making
I had a
damn sure
bunch of
nobody showed up
jokes
for
and
that
a bunch
shit.
of like bits planned. And the minute I got up there, I could tell they wanted to keep their party going. This was about their thing, their community, their workplace. So I said, fuck it, I'll meet you there. And most of my stuff was crowd work and roast jokes about people who work there and the front office people, because I've known these people forever. And it just ended up being a lot of fun. Johnny struggled. I thought about Johnny a couple times this weekend. Johnny had a hard time getting on stage. He fell.
Again,
he went up there.
they need to quit. They need to
really
not let Johnny go up any more fucking stairs. He did it at the last show too, didn't he?
Remembering what he was going to do. He said his MS was kind of acting up, and he started telling me,
keep Johnny away
tell this
from
joke, but I
fucking
saw
stairs.
this person in the crowd, and I was going to tell this joke, but I saw this person in the crowd. And then he ended his set a little early, and he was just having a tough time. And it just, I don't know, kind of, I don't mean to get too heavy or down on you on a Monday, but it just kind of made me think like about Johnny's health and like, I don't know. It was one of those things where, how do I put this? I was like, if this gets worse, what do we do?
Oh my God! The first thing he thinks about, instead of Johnny's health, is
that, but
who will he have as his co-host?
It was a lot of fun though. The show was great.
What a
Johnny's girl was
loser,
awesome.
man.
She was a really nice lady. And to address Anonymous in the Rumble chat, yes, Johnny's female was female. It was an actual woman. So anyone who was guessing transgender or mail order bride or anything like that, no, that was not the case.
Yeah, that's amazing. The first thing that came to his mind was
director with $5.
Not Johnny's well-being and health, but the fact that he would. What would he do for the second seat?
Sorry about bringing you down with
that's
the first
pretty low
chat.
rent.
Continue talking about your naps in Celsius, bro. It's a 4.5-hour show. We're gonna pace ourselves a little bit, all right? I just no offense. I thank you very much for the money. It's very nice of you, but is talking about Kiana really interesting to you? Let's be honest. I mean, I love it when people say that. They go, "Oh no, continue talking about your weekend and everything else." I'm like, okay, is the thing you wrote about? You know how many people I would fucking bore to tears if I started going down that road and talking about that? nobody would give a shit.
Right. Talk about your ex-wife.
It's a big room. I got to think about
One of 'em.
everybody. Funeral director.
Say some bad
But
things
thank you
about
very
Nick.
much for the $5.
That's what
And
we
thank
came
you to
here for,
Doorman
Aaron.
and
Come on now.
Ethan,
Don't disappoint.
for their contributions on PayPal. We're starting out at 310 today. Thank you very much. Let's get that down under 300 by 7 o'clock. It looks like
Big
we're off
Dick
to a
Nick.
good start today.
Crushing
Thank you for your
April.
contributions. And yeah, a lot of people who just want that drama stuff. I try to be really nice to them. I guess I shouldn't. I guess I should just be like, no, fuck off with that stuff. But like, I also want to be kind to them. I want to be nice, and I want to welcome
This
them
is
to the
a
show,
great
and
point,
I want
Dale.
them to kind of
Yeah,
get down
Johnny
with what
is an
we're doing.
asshole. He should have left a long time
But
ago.
some
With
guy
that
wrote in
being
this
said,
morning, and he just goes,
Aaron's
"You're
a
not banning
bigger
people,
asshole
you're
in this
banning money.
case.
Those people will
But
pay
yeah,
to
neither one of
you
them
know
are
what?
real likable. But you
Pay
can
to
have
be
a little bit
negative
of
and
compassion
shitty
for
and
Johnny,
make other people feel
considering his
shitty and
physical state.
make people complain like, Aaron, I don't like it in this spot because this person's a total dick. Like, but they gave me $5, so I should. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm beholden to that. I don't feel like I have to have that. I think the people who enjoy this show and have a good time with us and hang out, I think they'll give us enough money. I think that money can be replaced. There's the grift today, right? Prove that guy wrong and show that financially this show can stand on its own 2 feet without needing, like, that would be weird if I needed to let people like be dramatic or shit on me or whatever just to keep doing this. I wouldn't do this if that were the case.
Oh my God,
I've come
dude,
too
that's all
far,
you do.
You know, to let it be like, hey man, go
Fucking
feel
clown.
bad or go feel like you're in drama 24/7 on the air in order to make money. I don't know.
You are,
I
dude.
think the people who love us will start their Monday by clicking the links and throwing something in PayPal or Venmo or YouTube or Rumble. I think they'll throw
Very
a 10 or a
freaky.
20 spot our way every
Very
once in a
freaky,
while
Kay.
and keep this thing going. Let's go into the chat. Let's see what you guys got. And then it's, man, it was an awesome weekend. Went to the lake. I swam in a picnic table boat. I had a full battery when I went out there Friday with the picnic table boat. And then Saturday, I took everybody out across the lake and around and back again.
Picnic
But I
table
didn't make
boat.
it fully back. We got stuck in the weeds.
Tell me you live in a small
and then
shithole
trying
in
when the
Minnesota
motor
without
got weeds
telling
on
me.
it. That drained the battery a little harder. Maybe shouldn't have ran it on 5-speed the entire time. Long story short, I had to jump in the water and swim the fucker in. But that's what a captain does. If a captain fails and a captain loses battery and there's no power to the ship anymore, the captain literally jumps in the weeds and the muck, and he swims that giant fucking monstrosity of a picnic table boat loaded with people into shore. And when I stand up and I walk up on shore, I pull
Jesus, he
all
saved
the
a bunch of
green,
people from
slimy,
drowning in 3
shitty
feet of
weeds
water.
off my body.
Look at that tough
And
guy.
I say,
he's a fucking hero again.
we made it. We've docked.
I
As it
need
were.
a hero.
The whole weekend was a good time, man. Between the lake and the show and everything else, we had a good time. Great time. All right. Graydon says, you better call Ethan for blood sports. Make a few shekels at least.
The Titanic
No, that's
of a
all
minute
right.
lake.
Yeah, Ethan
Picnic
Klein.
table
No, not Ethan
boat.
Klein. Ethan Killstream guy. Ralph. Ethan Ralph. He sent me a message. He
Taylor,
wants
now
to
you
do
know
some
damn
pro
good and
wrestling
well
shtick
he's
with,
gonna
like,
he'll
he's gonna
come
be
back
in Minnesota, so he
the
wants
last
me to
couple
do a
minutes
show.
with that anonymous
I gotta
donor
find a way to say this that doesn't
or that
again,
new
doesn't make me
name
sound
from
like a
PayPal.
pretentious ass, but like it's not really my vibe. Like that, he does that kind of pro wrestling. Let's
The
fight
whole
on the
picnic,
air
girl.
shit, and it's
The
just
whole
like,
damn picnic.
I don't know. It's not
He's
really
a
for
winner.
me. I hope he has a great trip. I really do, but I don't. You get to choose who you associate with, and no offense to him, that's just not a guy I want to be tied to. Because that's another one where it's just going to be nothing but drama. It's going to be nothing but
Nothing
It's
but
like, I'm not
drama
online
coming
that
from
much,
the
dude.
biggest drama
I'm
queen
online
on the
during my
World
show,
Wide
and
Web.
that's about it. So I wrote him back. I said, nah, it's not really for me. No, thank you. I appreciate the offer. Like, he was being all, come on, you snitch, let's do this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like,
Oh no.
it's not really my thing. And I said, I hope you have a great trip. I hope you have a good time here in Minnesota. It's just not for me. And now he'll try to make like a 45-minute bit out of that one message of like, hey, scared of me. And at SummerSlam, you're going to see that I'm going to. And you're just like, okay, I'll hang out with the kids and I'll go run some errands and do some stuff today, I suppose. Let's go to McBuster. He says half the mods over at YouTube are two-faced. ripping on the show on Win by 2, etc.
Ooh,
Who cares?
shout out
Who
DiCaprio.
cares? Like, I mean, come on. Again, just what are you gonna do? Start trouble? Who cares? Come on. Think about how old you are, and then think about what you're writing, and then go, would my children be proud of me if I was behaving this way? That's it. Annoyed Wawa
Win by
Supervisor says
2.
that's ridiculous. Keanu isn't a dude. Chrissy, however, was a member of the cast of Hey Dude because she's a fucking horseman. Yeah, see, it's just all that. Oh. Let's go to Dead Game says Johnny needs exercise. Johnny needs to exercise his atrophied muscles.
Yeah.
He doesn't have atrophied muscles.
Johnny, get the hell out of the egg
sclerosis.
and
That's
get active,
affecting
you
his
damn
legs.
pothead.
Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, stop talking about Johnny's disease. You're going to upset his bipolar girlfriend and she will judo chop you in the neck.
Inside
she seemed
joke.
all right. You know, she seemed good to me. You know, she didn't seem like bipolar or a bad person or anything like that.
With women, there's
Oh my
bipolar
God, Dead Game
or
is
bisexual.
shitting on Johnny right now for sitting around playing games all the time. Oof. I mean, shit. Guys, I've been sitting here smiling since the beginning of the show. I'm ready to have fun with you. And we got a solo show today. And I was ready to have a great time. And you guys are just in a fucking shitty
You're
mood.
disappointing us people that are sniping
Jesus.
you, Aaron. Come on,
Dead
man.
Game
Get
says, I
to the
love
fucking
Johnny.
meat and
Tough love.
potatoes.
I really don't want like a journey of self-improvement with like therapy and feeling better about myself and all that shit. I don't want it to end with like me not wanting to do the show anymore because I'm like, hey, let's go have fun. Should be a great time, like in the old radio days. And then I go like into the chat and stuff, and I'm just like, why is everybody miserable? Like, why is everybody just mean and angry? Like, I like funny mean, like angry mean, like this means something. Yikes. Anonymous says Ethan is in Minnesota.
I need to steal
Now's his
some of
chance
his
to save
damn
April
views.
and take her back to the Mexican tin shack. Yeah, that guy just gets fucking shit on a lot, and like I just
All 4 of us in here,
feel like
damn
he's
it,
got his own problems.
including me.
McBuster
Come
says,
on,
sorry,
Aaron.
carry on, gay F word. How was that Post Malone in wrestling? Needle mover over here. Hey, look, man, I do a show where I talk about what I want to talk about. I'm sorry. I just funeral director says, love you, big bro. Sorry for calling Canoe a dude. You can call Canoe a dude if you want to. That's absolutely fine with me. It's just, I was just pointing out that like on Monday, as we're just kind of revving up to do a show, all of a sudden funeral
That's
director's
right,
like, hey, man,
Dayla.
number
One at a
thing,
time,
right
my
off the
brother.
bat, let's get this straight. Glad you had a
One
good
at a
weekend,
time.
buddy. Great day for the Vikings. You like that new Post Malone album? That's interesting. Canoe's a guy. And I mean, look, I find it funny, like in that way. It is kind of funny when you think about it, but also it's just, I don't know, maybe I'm just analyzing people too much. And I'm just going, why? Why this early in the morning?
Analyzing
that where you're
people
going?
from the guy who needs more
Buster,
analyzation.
thank you for bringing up the
than
Post
anybody.
Malone album. Dude, it's really fucking good. Have I mentioned it to you? I've listened. You're gonna be surprised by this, but I listened to that album probably 5 or 6 times this weekend, all the way through.
Holy shit.
Oh, what are my favorite songs off the album? Thank you for asking. Wrong Ones is really good. Finer Things is awesome. Devil I've Been, I really enjoy. And Hide My Gun would probably be my 4 favorites right now. But,
Ooh.
you know, I'll work
Was
my
that
way on to
acknowledging
the other
he
songs. I think
You might have some
What Don't Belong to Me is also a really
feelings
good
of
one. Right About
unaliving
You
himself when he said,
was
hide
awesome as
my
well.
gun.
His songs are a vibe,
One of
man.
my
A lot of
favorites.
them speak to me and what I've kind of been going
See,
through
it
and everything
speaks to
else.
him.
So yeah, thank you for asking. No. I wasn't expecting to talk about it today. But thank you for asking. The Post Malone album is fantastic. Somebody writes, did you watch the Vikes this weekend, Aaron? Yes, I did. I checked out. Well, I didn't watch it
He
start
should
to
start
finish,
panicking
but it
here
was on at the lake.
within this
and it
hour
was
then.
Man, it was a good game.
But I'm telling you,
Kicked
the
shit
old
out of Cleveland.
anonymous
You know, the thing about
PayPal
kicking the shit out of Cleveland is,
donor.
A, it's preseason. And B, we didn't play any of the big guns because all of our players' fucking legs have been falling off. Everybody's been
That a
losing
baby, Dela?
knees and ankles and feet and lives. We've had guys die this year. Our players are dying. Our pets' heads are falling off. It's horrible. But we got to play some guys that don't usually play. I think our 2 years ago first-round pick, Lewis Seen, made the team with his performance. Nick Mullins looked good. Will Reichert, the new kicker, looked solid. So, I mean, you're just kind of – you're getting to watch guys now who are trying to make the team, essentially. And we beat the fuck out of Cleveland, and our defense looked awesome. And most importantly, nobody died.
Yeah, everything
Nobody
he does
tore an
is
ACL.
biblical.
Nobody, tore a rotator cuff or broke a bone. That part was great. That I'm very – so if we didn't get to see Sam Darnold or anything like that, good. That's fine. Nobody fucking died. That's where – dude, that's honestly where we're at as Vikings fans at this point. Nobody died. Even my message on the board today, no Vikings were injured making today's show. Because it's just been one disaster after
Here's
another.
hoping they don't win a game
not
this
a
full year,
disaster,
Dela.
it's like it's close to a disaster. Like Jordan Addison gets carted off the field last week. That turns out to be not much of a big deal, which is good. But then you just, every time something happens, you're just sitting there going, he tore his ACL, he's done for the year or something. Like, it's just, we're shell-shocked already, and the fucking real season hasn't even started. Dead Game says, "Oh, Post, can Aaron blow you? I mean, blow with you. I don't want to do
Dead
blow
Game.
with Post
Good.
Malone or blow Post
Good.
Malone. I don't
Good
want to do
chat
either
there,
one.
buddy.
Am I giving off that vibe? I apologize." McBuster says your musical taste sucks hard.
We said it here
Post
first.
Malone is for
Dela
gay
did.
F
He'd
words
blow
and
Post
schoolgirls
Malone.
Melton would covet. Somebody has to explain to me what's wrong with thinking Post Malone is a talented artist. I mean, the facts bear me out on that one. And I wasn't really a Post Malone music fan until he did country, and he did it really well. I've always thought he seemed like a good guy, but I don't understand where the gay thing comes from. Now, do you really hate Post Malone and you think he's gay, or do you just really want to call me gay, and this is the reason why?
Yep.
Metallica was just in town all weekend. Metallica was in Minneapolis at US Bank Stadium, I think for 2 shows or 3 shows, whatever it was.
And of course, he went and saw Eric
gone to
Church.
that, you guys still would have called me gay.
Yep, we would have.
Then Metallica would have been gay.
Just because you like them
I
now.
have a feeling, and forgive me for having this feeling, that the game is rigged against me. That's all.
Oh my God!
Somebody
Another
says Eric Church
conspiracy
getting put on the back
against
burner.
Aaron.
Poor guy.
Everything is a conspiracy.
Oh, dude, you have no idea. When I looked at the track list for that album, you have no idea how bad I was hoping that Eric Church was going to be one of the features on it. No luck. No luck with Eric Church being on this album, unfortunately. All right, guys, we're all caught up with you. We're all caught up with the chat. Thank you very much. We've got a great show coming up today. Plenty of stuff to talk about. I'm excited. You should be excited. Johnny's got a nice vacation that he's
and then the
taking.
occasional comment about Big Dick Nick in April and Ashley.
Awesome. So
yeah,
that means
you're right.
What? We're going to get under. We just got to get under 300 by 7. Do it, baby. Links are in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for being so generous. We are going to start off with one last Vikings item. Stephon Gilmore is in Minnesota.
We thought he was done.
I believe it's a 1-year, $10 million deal. We've been doing this with a lot of guys this year. We've been signing them to prove it deals. We've got these veterans who seem like they still have a lot of mileage, still seem like they're really good, but we're giving them 1-year deals to see. Basically, what these veterans want to do is they want to get a 1-year deal with us to show that they've still got it, and then they can get one last 2 or 3-year deal with somebody else and land some big money. Minnesota's becoming the prove-it ground for a lot of guys like Aaron Jones, Stephon Gilmore, Shaq Griffin, guys like that we signed to 1-year deals and just said, here, prove it.
While you're doing that deal, I'm going to be pounding my goddamn head against a concrete slab.
$7 million guaranteed and worth up to $10 million with incentives. Jeremy Fowler from ESPN reported the Panthers also made an offer to Gilmore, but the Vikings came over the top with a strong contract to land the 33-year-old. Well, look, man, this is a guy who, he was Defensive Player of the Year in 2019 with New England. He's played for 4 teams since then. Patriots, Panthers, Colts.
We'll take
and
care
Cowboys.
of all
He ended
the
up playing a
service
larger
for
role
you,
than
Kay.
expected for the
We're
Cowboys
sorry
last
we
year
had
since
we
Trevon
subjected
Diggs
you
suffered
to
a
this
torn
abuse.
ACL. Gilmore appeared in all 17 games and finished with 68 tackles, 13 passes defended, 2 interceptions, and 1 forced fumble. He had a good year. He did all right. So Cowboys got younger at corner, didn't need him anymore, didn't bring him back. Their loss is our gain. Kind of a fun move for veterans to do in football. That's kind of their thing, where they're now like skipping training camp and OTAs and, a lot of the more practice.
That's a great point from
and then
the great
once
beyond
the preseason kind of shakes out,
choices.
they
That's
go
what
ahead
it's
and
all
pick a
about.
team and they get to
Our
skip all
choices
that other shit,
dictate what happened,
which is
right?
nice. All right, here's what they think. McBuster says, they're explaining to me why Post Malone is gay. Post Malone is a cheesy, genre-jumping corporate shill, just like Machine Gun Kelly or Liza Minnelli. Not only is his music awful, he's a phony. Okay, but what if, like, that's him? What if he likes all of those things? Like, people are allowed to like all of those. Like, what if he really is a hip-hop, country, and pop fan? What if he likes all I like all 3 of those things. I mean, not so much pop, but I'm a hip-hop and country fan.
Which is like strange bedfellows. Hip-hop
Gradient
and
writes,
country.
what's wrong with you being gay? You know what? You've kind of got me there. I'm not gay, but you're right. There's nothing wrong with being gay, but I don't like how you're turning this on me. I'm trying to ask you a question. Why is liking Post Malone gay?
Because you're gay.
And you're answering my question with a question, which feels a little disingenuous, my friend.
God.
When Landers says, wait, one of the Gilmore girls plays for the Vikings. Yeah, sometimes people ask me, they're like, why don't you talk more sports on the show? You should do more sports talk. On YouTube, if you do sports talk, that can get popular in a hurry. And I'm like, because this is how my audience
The gay
reacts.
theme is a
I get
big,
excited
big
about
part
something
of him,
sports-wise, and I'm like, let's break this down. Let's talk about this. Let's really dig in here. And the audience goes, yeah, what is he, a Gilmore girl, you fucking loser? Like, talking football is another thing where that's a dude thing to do. And my audience will go, oh, football? Really? Gay. I was like, God damn it. What do you want? Like, we're going to talk about Biden, and we're going to talk about Title IX and Trump and J.D. Vance. We're going to talk about all that shit today. Sometimes, it's like you need a couple of drinks before you go up and sing karaoke or something, right? Before I can talk about shitty politics and the fucked up state of the United States, I got to have a few things for me. Talking about my weekend, hanging out with you guys, talking sports, talking about music I like at the moment.
Talking about court and possible jail
can't
time.
Bring the internet things that make me happy because the internet doesn't want anything happy to happen. I mean, it's
I'm
becoming
pretty
a
happy.
conflict that could end up costing me my show.
Maybe I can blame the shrooms. I don't know,
have to
but
end
I'm
up going to do
pretty
something
good.
else because I go, oh, let's do something that's really positive and fun and hilarious and great. And they're like, no, let's be angry and shitty and mean. I'm like, not all the time. How about once in a while? And they're like, no, all the time. Sorry. This person writes in, Post Malone isn't fit to wipe Waylon Jennings' diabetic ass. Okay, but in fairness, who is? Right? Who is fit to wipe his diabetic ass, as you put it? Dead Game says, hey, if you stop giving Aaron money, he has to stay home and do a show. Huh? No, it's the opposite. If you stop giving me money, I have to go get a sales job or something. I have to get the fuck out of here.
Go do
Okay?
it. Do it.
That's
we
how
dare
it
you,
goes.
Aaron. Do it.
It's not if you don't give me money, I have to do more shows. No, I have to get the fuck out of here and go pay my bills. pay for my fucking kids and all this other shit that I've done. It's fucking that runs up a tab in life. That's what I've got to do. Professor Tie-Dye says, I once saw a guy blowing another dude in Loring Park. That's the gayest thing I've seen. Listening to you verbally suck off Post Malone is the gayest thing I've ever heard.
Oh, good chat.
Thank you for separating the auditory and the visual for the gayest things that you've ever experienced.
Good one.
Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, guys, you've got it all wrong. A guy who wears glasses is a four. A guy who wears glasses is a full rise. A guy who's is a queer. Aaron just happens to be both. Great All in the Family reference. Great All in the Family reference. McBuster says, talk about how much of a complete fucking losers the Dabbleverse is, starting with that MAP Melton. I mean, I hear they had their Stuttering John Con or whatever this weekend. Somebody said it during the members show yesterday. I hope it went well for them. I hope everybody had a good time. Everybody got their money's worth. I'm not gay. I don't look at people's events and go, how can I cope with the fact that they did something well? Like people did with our anniversary show. I don't feel the need to do that. I don't mean to say that I'm better adjusted or I'm a better person than these people, but I feel like the proof is in what they obsess about. I obsess about the Vikings and Post Malone's new album.
Have a great day, hon. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah. Appreciate you.
And if that upsets some people, then I'm sorry I brought it up. Jess Wig says, Aaron, play your favorite new song and let's check it out. I haven't heard any of the new Post Malone. All right. God damn it. See, I just want today's show to stay up. That's all. I just want today's episode to stay up. So let's go. Do I go Devil I've Been or Wrong Ones? I'll play 20 seconds. I'll play one chorus of one song for Jesswig, and you guys can decide if it's dog shit or not. Or I could do Finer Things by Post Malone and Hank Williams Jr. Let's do Wrong Ones. And I'll just, here. I will just play the chorus. Here we go.
Holy shit.
Oh, this shit. Here. Come on. I hear you, buddy. So there you go. There's like 20 seconds of it. I fucking like that song. It's called Wrong Ones. Yeah, see, Coltrane says, gay. I'll say it before it starts. You're not even giving anyone a chance. Nana's Clam's right. Someone just writes lame as shit. See, I can't. Nana's Clam says, don't be modest. You're much better than those Dabbleverse people. Well, thank you. No, I appreciate it.
That's insulting.
Very nice of you. Again, I hope that everybody had a good time. I just don't have time in my life to follow that kind of stuff. Some people do. Professor Tie-Dye says, should I be a member here or on Locals? Be a member here or Patreon or whatever. We're putting more stuff on the Patreon now. Be a member here if you're going to be a member to something. I would appreciate the support. Thank you.
No.
For that. You ain't getting my money says probably time to look for a new audience.
Ooh.
I don't look for an audience. I don't. I just do my show. And then people who like it will stick around. I don't. I walked that road a couple of years ago where you like try to do the shock viewership thing where you're like, let's jump into this and then we'll get a big boost. And it's like, yeah, but then you become a prisoner to that. And now that's all you get to do. That's all you have to do, or these people turn on you. And it's like, well, why don't I just grow slower doing the kind of show I want to do? Obviously, history has shown that people will like it. You just have to find them, and they have to find you. Rather than do something you're not totally comfortable with doing just to grab, a quick bump. Hulkamasha Baby says, just make an album called Whores and Bad Decisions, and Aaron will love it.
Good chat.
When they've got you, they've
That was
got
a ball
you.
buster.
And yeah, Lab Glass writes, Aaron hates monetized videos. You would think that, right? And it doesn't take much. You don't have to twist my arm very much either. Like the audience just goes, hey, Aaron, play 20. I'm like, hey, guys, I don't want to play any of the songs because I don't want to get the video demonetized or taken down. And they're like, hey, Aaron, just play 20 seconds. And I'm like, all right, fine. Sounds good to me.
All right, let's talk about the good
being
stuff
gay
now.
is disgraceful, says Dead Game. That's why we just call him a gay F-word. Thank you. I do like that. Hulkamasha Baby's right. You call an album Whores and Bad Decisions, and I'll love it. Buffalo Jockey. I feel that line, though.
I can't wait till he realizes and comprehends that he got no money so far.
I'm going to pick the right one this time. This is going to be good. It's not just going to be some hot chick that's, fun to fuck, and then you find a hot chick that's fun to fuck, and you're like, we should find some things we have in common. And then somebody whispers in your ear, Aaron, you're supposed to do that one first. Then you can find them hot and fuck them.
Oh, shit.
Wait, what? I will say this, though.
This dude acts like he's a fucking virgin. The way he talks about sex, it's like did you ever do it, bud?
And stuff, and I see
it's hard to believe how low T is that he even has 3 fucking kids.
They do that thing where they're like, oh, yeah, you'll be fucking engaged by December. Nothing's changed. And that used to not bother me, but then when I actually did start trying to change,
goddamn saint, Dayla.
Like when I did start doing therapy,
that would be the old. Thank you, buddy.
And realized the bad decisions I'd made, not just the last 6 months, but maybe the last 6 years, or 36 years. Who knows? But when you start doing that stuff, you start learning and figuring shit out, and then people go, you're still the same guy. You haven't changed. That gets to you a little bit. That eats at you. Just a little, unfortunately.
Everything eats at him.
Someone was like, oh, yeah, you should pay your therapist double. You'll be engaged anytime now. And you're just like,
I wonder if that therapist.
My therapist is like, well, you should tell those people that bothers you and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, like a fucking gay guy? Is that what I'm supposed to do?
He never said that to his therapist, and I don't even think he goes to
I
one.
Don't know.
I think that's all a lie. He made a call into one of them fucking online.
Kind of the house you've built yourself.
Probably the once or twice.
Some people aren't going to believe that
this dude says
it's different until you prove for a long period of time that it's different. That's part of the deal. Vic says, if this is a post album listening show, I'm outski. It's not. Are you going to cover Candace Owens blowing up on Zionists again? Did she start going after the Jews again? Because that was her big thing that got her kicked out of Ben Shapiro's
first Jew reference right there.
Was that she started shitting on Israel like really hard. She started saying some really base shit.
Bingo tabs
about Israel and Zionists. Is she back to that again? Well, send me a link, man, because I'm guessing she ain't coming back to Daily Wire then anytime soon. Huh?
Yeah, no shit.
Somebody says, I mean, you did fuck over your family pretty good for a set of tiny tits and ass. I mean, fair enough.
Enough. Good one.
Your therapist should be a mirror, says Dead Game. I mean, God bless you if you can do that. That's great. Gradient says work is therapy, depending on your crew. McBuster says nobody cares about the lake. Are you going to broadcast live from the courthouse Wednesday when Nick makes an ass out of himself again? No, I just I think Nick and Kayla have their thing on Wednesday, and April has hers the following Wednesday. I got my court thing on Tuesday. I got to go out and I've got to, go apologize for how I treated someone. And then they'll say, all right, don't fucking do it again, or we're going to do this to you. And I say, okie dokie.
How does he know that?
Things with that person have been going fantastic, and I'm very excited about that. Life seems to be in the right direction. So I got no problem with taking responsibility for shit I did. What is it? Back in March and April?
He only takes responsibility.
Problem. That's all part of the process.
Because he's a
forward.
Rata.
Is not fighting when you did something wrong.
He told.
And just, saying you're sorry.
And then
taking your lumps and
he told,
so
and then he goes and
also gives me a morning off tomorrow. So hopefully we knock out the goal today. We knock out the goal tonight.
There's the first goal thing. Here comes the first rattle of the can.
Thank you to Big Vulgar Daddy Wad Launcher Sploogetown Mayor with 99 cents over on YouTube. Guys, we are 305 away from today's goal. Do me a favor, throw in a couple of bucks. Let's get her under 300 by the time we hit 7 o'clock. And then guess what? We're on pace to have a hell of a successful show today. I appreciate the PayPals and the Venmos more than anything. Thank you. Buffalo Jockey with another $1. Says, do we pay for air defense for Ben's Jew treehouse? That's very funny. I like that line. If it ever comes up again, I'm stealing that. Trampling at the Zoo says, Candace and Dan Blazarian speaking the truth. It's not Jews, it's Zionists in particular. I haven't heard the name Dan Blazarian in years.
None of us have either.
Somebody says, also, maybe if what your family is saying is getting to you, you are actually changing. Well, I have no doubt in my mind that I'm actually changing. I mean, the way I treat this program, I think, is proof that I'm changing and kind of maturing and getting better and being more confident with who I am. I think the one thing on this show that's changed with me as I get better is not feeling the need to address every negative, shitty thing someone says. You know, you've noticed my attitude lately has been, well, I mean, apparently you need me, and that must mean I'm very good at this. I'm sorry that it has to be such an angering experience for you. And then telling mods and stuff like, yeah, if you want to ban people, if they're being toxic and shitty and mean and nasty and like not contributing to the show at all. Like Busting Balls is fun. I love Dead Game. I love McBuster. I love all those guys. They're hilarious.
He's gonna start banning.
Roots sent me a couple of texts
guys
this
over
weekend.
there in
Roots
the
found
chat.
some cool shit for me. He's gonna send up.
I
love those guys busting balls.
Get rough with Aaron.
But like some people are like, I fucking hate this guy and I want him to end. I want him to be destroyed. And I'm like, why would I entertain that? Like, why wouldn't I get rid of you? Please tell me.
Holy shit.
Because like internet people, they have this thing where they're like, if you block someone, it means you lost. I'm like, I feel like if you got someone who's being shitty and nasty, like you've kind of won.
See, but nothing gets to
what
him. I
happens
thought
is
you just had a couple
trolls,
seconds ago.
They
oh yeah,
the
see,
thing
my
they fear the
attitude is
most
different
and
now.
then say that's your L,
Not
so it
true.
can stop you from doing it.
If you're blocking
being blocked
people,
and ignored is
still
the thing
eating
they
it,
fear
you
the
bitch.
most. So they want to make you feel like that's an L. It's really the ultimate kind of gaslighting thing. Yeah, Gradient says we just bust balls. Yeah, there's a reason you guys are all still here. I know the difference. I've been doing this long enough. You ain't getting my money says, I like busting your balls, but your mods are worse than the ball busters.
Ooh.
Oh, I don't know. I think the mods just want things a certain way, and they've helped me out a lot, so I give them the benefit of the doubt.
Sure.
Cheswig and Dead Game talking to each other. Sorry. Buffalo Jockey, thank you very much for the $1. I appreciate that. Oh, somebody sent me a link. Oh, holy shit. Okay, so Candace Owens was on with Andrew Tate, Dan Blazarian, Dave Smith, and Andrew Meyer, and they were talking about the truth about Zionism. Holy shit.
Oh, shit.
Really? Okay.
Nobody gives a fuck about the Jew crap except for you, Aaron.
I don't really know how to navigate these.
Come on, bud.
Twitter
Get back
spaces.
on Big Dick Nick and April and Ashley and
so I can't make this like
that ugly broad Nick's married to.
Where's the God? These Twitter spaces fucking suck. I really don't like Twitter's system. Why can't this play? There's no audio on this. What the fuck? It doesn't say it's muted. It doesn't say. Oh, there we go. Oh,
just because
it won't let me fast forward. Oh shit. Oh, sorry guys.
99 cents.
Yeah. Won't let me fast
99 cents.
Maybe we'll find clips of that
it's
later.
It's the 5
today.
of us in here right now. We're devastating them. All the pay pigs are in here right now because they know they can get a discount.
Lander
I can't
says,
get
I don't
no
bust
money.
balls. I just love Aaron's balls. That makes me more uncomfortable. McBuster says the YouTube mods are passive-aggressive gatekeepers. Being a mod helps them feel validated and not completely useless to this world. Well, all right. It seems like everybody's living a harmonious existence this morning. I saw this. I'm sorry to be like a wine mom or like a dog mom or whatever. I don't know what this would qualify me as, or as the audience would say, just probably gay.
Chris, you're over here now. Thank
Twitter
you. You're over here.
And it's one of the rare like nice, funny, silly things on Twitter. Like Twitter is such a cesspool of like angry people. Like just getting together and it's like, I fucking hate this, I fucking hate that. It's just really shitty. It's trauma farming horseshit. And then once in a while, I guess you can kind of curate your experience to get something good out of it. I saw this and it spoke to me. This is my entire fucking existence.
Hey, that's, you
You're
know
not
what?
hungry,
I'll tell
you're
you
bored,
something.
shut the damn door.
I enjoy doing
I
this now that
have
I'm not so
cancer.
retarded.
It's damn near
I
cancer.
learned a little bit,
Where I'll
and
open that goddamn
yeah,
refrigerator
I don't really care how many
13
show up.
times in
If
10
it was
minutes.
1,000, that'd be
And I'll
awesome. But
look,
hey, the 5 of
and
us,
I'm like, I'm eating something.
all
that's in
good,
here.
bro.
I don't need to. I'm not hungry. I'm just
We
bored and I'm
growing.
looking in the fridge.
That's right.
I did it yesterday
That's
50
right.
goddamn times. It's the worst.
Goddamn up early in the morning.
It's the worst form of
My damn
impulse
Canadian
control
brothers,
you can
most
possibly
dedicated.
have. And it's a good way to measure. Like if you're trying to cut down, if you're trying to improve your impulse control, it's one of the best ways to monitor it is, are you opening that fridge every time you walk by it, just looking for something to eat? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not even on the, there you go. There's my pretty punum. I need this sign. By the way, this refrigerator, how many fucking condiments you need? How much butter? How many salsas? How much milk and cream and all that? Heavy cream. It's so bad for you. Who am I to talk? But you walk by the damn thing, you open and close it 500 times. The worst is when you open it, you leave it open so long it starts beeping at you.
Well, I'm going to start doing this.
That's really defeatism right
every
there.
day, just so I can,
Landers says, we can't win with you, Aaron. We love your balls. It's too much. We don't love your balls. It's
just good learning.
Throw a bone here,
so
you
I get
dildo.
totally comfortable with
Thanks
it
for
and all
loving my
that.
balls.
And
I guess.
then we'll start in with the
Coltrane
clips
says our
and
mods
stuff.
and old school
I do
fans
have
are
one
far
good
more
clip I
brutal
want to show you here a
than the
little
guys
bit
that are
later.
heckling him. Yeah, the
something
guys
off
that are
topic,
heckling are
but
just,
it's
no
pretty
offense, they're
hilarious.
kind of boring and they say the same shit over and over. It's just kind of an overload on the autism spectrum. Our audience, our fans are way meaner than they are. Those people can't hold a candle to our audience, but they get upset real easy. McBuster says, try putting a picture of naked ladies on the fridge.
Plus, stream
and a photo
sniping
of
is
oiled up Hulk Hogan in a thong on the
sniping.
exercise
Boy, like
equipment.
Mountain is really good at it. It's a hard thing to do.
Thank you, McBuster.
Like I said, I figure
I appreciate
see how I can react.
appreciate the encouragement for me to get healthier. All right, guys, we got 5 minutes
Him
until
doing
7
it.
o'clock. I want the solo
Here
shows
comes
to go
the-
well.
Here
I
comes
do
the
want to
money
make
bag.
money. That's the most shameful part of this show is asking you guys for money, obviously. I don't know why I'm doing Trump hands right now. I'm nervous. Just want to make sure we make our money. Then we get to go on and do a good show. I want to keep it on track today. I want to keep it on pace. So under 300 by 7, under 200 by 8, you know the drill. If you have some money lying around, you want to throw some at us, please do. It would be nice. Coltrane with $1 says, I started calorie counting May 1st and lost 32 pounds as of a week ago. I was off a couple days and found myself snacking. I had to snap out of it. Yeah, dude, it's a bitch, man. That just sitting around being bored and just shoving food in your mouth. It adds that for me. For me, it's that, and then it's also driving.
Shoving dicks in your mouth.
If I'm driving, I feel like I need to stop and I need to have something to drink and then something to snack
Big old
on and
cup
all of that.
fresh semen.
It's the worst, dude. It's horrible. Hulkamasha Baby says that's the name of your autobiography. Lack of impulse control.
Yeah, he had enough of his shit.
Here's what I think my biography should be. In the next 5 minutes, let's make $10 so I feel better about where we're heading today. Another text coming in, hard boil some eggs and snack on them. They're all protein.
With the spoon, Chris, with a
You
spoon.
sound like a bitch, but I don't
so
like
it takes them longer.
Everything has to be something I like. God forbid I eat
savor
something that's
the flavor
good for
that
me,
way.
but I don't immediately find num-nums. What a bitch. What an absolute bitch. All right, guys, like I said, let's get under 300 by 7 o'clock. We've got 4 minutes to do it. It's a weird specificity thing with me, but I think you guys can do it. I think you want to support this show. I do appreciate it. Yeah, see that person who just told me to eat the hard-boiled eggs just writes in, bitch.
Ooh.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm a bitch. All right, let's check out this Mike Tyson, Jake Paul thing. So Mike Tyson and Jake Paul had a press conference for their November 15th fight. It's finally going to happen. It was supposed to happen, I think, last month or late June, and we didn't get it because Mike Tyson's fucking 60 and had an ulcer. I mean, that should tell you all you need to know about this fight. If Jake Paul doesn't beat Mike Tyson, I think Jake Paul ought to give up the boxing dream.
Come on, Aaron. Grow
Mike Tyson
up.
is 58 years old, and he had to drop out of a fight for a fucking ulcer. You've got to be able to beat your uncle with an ulcer. If you're a prime of your life, 27-year-old athlete or whatever the fuck Jake Paul is, you got to be able to beat up your 58-year-old uncle who has tummy issues, who has a tummy ulcer.
Okay,
that's a fight you've got to win.
That's
People
gay.
keep saying they keep getting excited for this fight, and they go, Aaron, dude, Tyson's going to knock him out, isn't he? I'm like, he fucking better not. Tyson better not knock out Jake Paul. That would be dog shit. That would be terrible for boxing. It would be terrible for Jake Paul. I know it would make a lot of people who hate Jake Paul happy. It would make them happy. Like it wouldn't, like Jake Paul's a big draw for the sport of boxing, and he can continue moving up in opponent quality. But like he fought Tommy Fury, who was about as untested as you can be, and he got beat in a narrow decision. He knocked him down, which was kind of cool, but he got beat. And his one loss is to a guy who's actually been a professional boxer from a professional boxing family. If he gets knocked out by a 58-year-old with an ulcer, that's a punchline at that point.
No
but
shit.
a lot of people are dreaming about it. A lot of people are hoping it happens. During this press conference, they did a little shoving. They did kind of a face-to-face thing. All the usual stuff that you do for a press conference. But at one point, and I think those of you who don't like Jake Paul are actually going to like this moment, Jake Paul got a little based on the New York crowd. I think they had this either at Barclays or Madison Square Garden. And Jake Paul started going off on New Yorkers voting Democrat. And, you know, this happens to celebrities when they become like viral or internet famous or internet supported, where they don't have some big company around them. You know, Jake Paul is his company, as a matter of fact. They get to say whatever they want.
There's
a lot of people you notice, if they're dependent on the machine, they either don't talk politics or they suck liberal dick. Where, you know, it's guys like Jake Paul, when they're on their way up, they don't really talk about politics all that much. Because, like, when he was first coming up, like, YouTube could have shut him down. You know, YouTube could have shadow banned his channel or whatever they do with conservative people. Now that he's his own guy and he's doing his own thing and he's got his own fuck you money, now Jake Paul can go, Democrats are bullshit. These are my political beliefs, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's never, nobody has to get famous in order to be liberal. Like, you just get to be a lefty. If you're famous, you can make your first movie and you can come out and go, we should ban cars because climate change is a thing. But if you're conservative, you have to like sit on that shit and wait until you start your own production company. And even then it's not guaranteed. You might not get the good roles or the good events. But let's watch Jake Paul here in New York. He didn't necessarily make any fans in the building, but I think he made a lot of fans that were watching. Let's check this
or
out.
in the fucking crack, the pick up the cushions on your couch, you could probably get more out of that.
Boo yourselves, New York. Hey, New York, New York, New York, you're just like Mike Tyson. You were good 20 years ago. Fuck you, New York. Fuck you.
Wow. Well, you got to kind of
First of
love
all,
the kid for saying that.
It's a stretch to say Mike Tyson was good 20 years ago. I watched Mike Tyson 20 years ago. I was in Louisville, Kentucky for the Danny Williams fight. Mike Tyson was good 30 years ago. That's why this fight is weird. That's why people thinking Mike Tyson's going to fucking crush Jake Paul is really weird to me. Like, Mike Tyson hasn't beat a quality opponent in almost 30 years. I mean, I don't consider Cliff Etienne a quality opponent. Lou Savarese. I mean, he knocked out Andrew Galata back in 2000.
And we will be here for it.
I'll maybe give you 24 years ago. Mike Tyson beat a quality opponent. But some people would argue he hasn't beaten a quality opponent.
I can't believe how little
since he
he's
beat
been
Razor
begging
Ruddock.
After how bad the
1991
donations have been coming in. Mondays are rough, though.
I had 30. We're talking 30 plus years ago.
Fuck you. Dumbass Democratic City.
Oh.
Fucking base Jake Paul. He's going to be the Republican in this race. I mean, I don't get cities like New York. I don't get cities like, Los Angeles and all these other places where they very clearly have these problems because of the people they've been electing. And then they just keep electing the same type of person.
They
think that because it's a different person, it's going to have a different impact. No, they believe the same
population that dictates it. Not
your
the
ideas have failed. That's the problem. Like Chicago, they got rid of Lori Lightfoot, and they just elected Lori Lightfoot with a dick. Lori Lightfoot with a dick, I guess, which would be Larry Lightfoot. They just elected another far lefty person who was going to do the same stupid shit Lori Lightfoot did, and then went there. We fixed the problem. And then when the problem doesn't get better, they're going to go, well, what's the deal? And then people will go, well, you could try voting Republican. And they're like, ew, no, gross. It's like watching someone deck themselves in the head with a hammer. And they're going, my fucking head hurts. What's the problem? And it's like, well, you could stop hitting yourself with a hammer. Oh, yeah, and be a Nazi? I don't think so. Well, then how do you help people like that? That's why, like, a lot of people say, just leave New York. Leave LA. Leave California. There's no other solution. You try to tell these people, hey, how about you pick somebody different? And they go, we picked this guy. It's like, yeah, but that's the same stuffed suit you picked last time. Vote for the other party. Oh, God, no, we could never do that.
Oh, shut
That goes
up.
against all of our ideas that we have. Oh, really? Are the people you're voting for now doing your ideas? Yes, they are. Well, they fucking suck then. Maybe you should change your ideas. That would
Come on now, Aaron. Let's get a good beg session.
Then I would have to admit I'm wrong. And then what would Reddit say? It's just like we've lost the ability to think critically. We've lost the ability to take any kind of responsible action. We're all just fucking dancing between the raindrops. We're going to get wet eventually. I just don't think we're emotionally mature enough as a country to make the kind of changes we need to see shit turn around. Like,
morning, dear. How are you?
So bad back in the 80s and
Glad
early
to
90s.
See ya.
They fucking voted Republican and they put Giuliani and Pataki in there. And guess what? The city got cleaned the fuck up. And then when it got cleaned up, people went, oh, good. Now we don't have to have these oppressive Republicans running our city anymore. You know, we don't have any crime. Yeah, but okay, it's because those guys were running it the way they were that your city became that way. Maybe you should let them stick around. And they went, we don't need that law and order shit. It's too much of a downer. It's a bummer.
I started,
like, yeah, but it saved your ass.
About,
nah.
Matter
of fact, I think we should sometimes let people go without bail.
It was me and old Dela and
who came up with the no bail idea
for a while, and
swore
Chris
to God it was going to work. I mean, George Soros, but for him, working is collapsing the society and overthrowing the government. So I guess it's a little different game that he's playing. Guys, we are past 7:00. We did not get under $300. So if you feel like throwing in a couple of bucks, look, the sooner that goal comes down, the sooner I have to worry. The sooner I don't have to worry about money. I can just do a show. It's in the back of my mind. Let's get under $300. We got off to a good start today at 305. Let's keep it going. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, just keep a dick in your mouth and you won't be able to shove food in there. All problems have solutions.
Thanks for stopping in, 7W7. Appreciate it, buddy.
McBuster says, Jake Paul is a lol cow. No, guys, stop using that term. It doesn't mean anything anymore. Nobody believes he is good enough to beat a real professional boxer in his weight class. He's not a lol cow, dude. He's made shitloads of fucking money. He's been very successful. He's a talented guy. You know, he's figured something out. Dead Game says, Aaron, $50 friendly wager. Or if Tyson wins, no goal for a month. Dude, if there's no goal for a month, this company's bank fucking rupt. Sorry. We run this thing on a shoestring. You know? People were like, oh, all of April's salary should have gone towards this. You understand I was subsidizing April's life. Like, I still have bills that money paid for. Like, we did make money. Like, we did get extra with April leaving. I gave a lot of it to Johnny. I give it to the goal when I can. I gave it to Matt. Like,
poor
I gave
financial
it to the people
situation
who stayed here and kept my ass going.
Jesus.
You know? So, yeah, no goal for a month. That's, I'm out of business. I'm out of business, no goal for a week. This show... Like, if the haters
hit
want
the like, share, subscribe button.
We are fucking hand to mouth here.
I'm begging now.
When I say we're a little mom and pop shop, We are a mom and pop shop. Those goals, I mean, you can trust me or not trust me. Those goals, those are the bare minimum. Like that's the bare minimum I can ask for to keep this show going. We were very successful on radio, and I needed to keep that money coming in.
He don't get it.
And that's just the way it is. I really do. It kind of bugs me every once in a while when people say, like, you know, you're asking for too much, you're doing this, because I try really hard to ask for the bare minimum possible to keep my show on the air. And and look, I understand we have this conversation every week, but it's still true. It's you know, I don't have a ton of stressors in my life, but that goal is,
exactly.
You know, I feel fortunate that I have a life where that goal is my main stressor. Victoria. It's the main thing I worry about. As long as it gets knocked out, I'm a happy guy. When it doesn't get knocked out, I start thinking, and you know, the radio fans will tell you I've felt this way about radio forever too. You know, if it's not going well for a little bit, I go, fuck, man, this might be the end of the ride. I have
hear that or just lock them up for doing a shitty show,
imposter syndrome, big time. I think. Dead Game says, or I'm sorry, Nana's Clam says golf less and drive a reasonable vehicle. Yeah, when this vehicle's done and paid for, I'm gonna drive this thing till the wheels fall off. Absolutely. But golf less. I haven't golfed for week and a half now. We're staying away from golfing a little bit. When it's in the budget, we do it. When it's not, we don't. Coltrane with $6 says they're under 300. Thank you, buddy. 295 away from today. All right.
Welcome to all the
by 8 o'clock.
Folks in here watching this today. I do appreciate it. You can tune in every morning at
immensely
7 o'clock Eastern time.
Dead Game says, but hey, you live lavishly.
As we'll be watching Aaron
again
gaze at his navel. It should be big fun.
I have 3 children, and
also give me some time in the saddle on the sniping. So I do appreciate you stopping in right now.
So
if you can, before you leave, hit the like,
everyone thinks, yeah,
subscribe,
Aaron's living lavishly. Aaron budgets.
The share.
Aaron fucking budgets.
All that good stuff.
That's
It'll
sure.
take you
Dead
just
Game
a minute.
Says, you know, I'm fucking with you, fag. I know you are. I get defensive because I do, you know, I take people's money. You know, people donate to this show. So I do feel responsible to show them, like, hey, you know, I'm not out here, you know, fucking going crazy. That's for sure. I sat out at the lake. I sat out at the lake all weekend. That doesn't cost anything. That costs you beer. That's what that costs. I lived my beer budget this weekend. So yeah, thank you guys very much for keeping this show supported. We'll always be around to have fun with you guys every single morning. That's the only thing we got. It's the only hurdle we got to clear. Vic says fired April and you're still paying for it. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, April, you know, spent more than she brought in.
Oh shit.
It's just how it
you
is.
allowed her to spend it, you
Dead
damn
Game says
fool.
ex-wives will delete your shit fast. Yeah, luckily the actual divorce part didn't cost me very much. It's just the things she wanted and the things that made her happy. She always liked to play this like, I'm just a redneck small town girl or whatever. But like the things that made her happy happened to be really fucking expensive. What do you do?
God.
Chevrolet JB, I've never spent $1,000. He says you spend $1,000 this weekend on some stupid shit.
Yeah, no shit.
What did I spend $1,000 on?
You spent $3,000 in Vegas.
I filled my
on
cooler
your girls'
up with
dresses.
That was it. Again, believe me, buddy, there's a lot of shit I don't do. There's a lot of shit I'd like to do that I don't like anybody else. You don't hear me complaining. Coltrane with $1 says basic in central Minnesota.
All you
looks
do
like
is complain
in
about
high-cost parts of the nation. We have high taxes, but
wanker.
for the most part, our cost of living isn't high compared to New York City or LA. Yeah, that's it too. Wow, King Kong Dong says, how many credit cards did you have before and after April? That should be a sign. Oh, fuck. I think I had 1 when I met her, and now I have 3.
Dayla keeping track.
Yeah. I mean, that's another thing that you work through in therapy and you start figuring out answers for yourself. One of them was, what were the things that made her happy and what were the things that usually caused fights or made her upset? If I had to push back vacations, that clearly bummed her the fuck out. Whereas for me, it was like, yeah, we just can't do that right now. And when we did vacations, it seemed the more I spent, the happier she was. That's my perspective. Now, she might tell you that's totally not the case.
Mom ain't happy, ain't nobody happy.
Perspectives. In my perspective, that's how I saw it. That's just how I saw it. King Kong Dong says also how Aaron spends our money is none of our business. Bigot on socialist media says, I don't care what Aaron spends his money on. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. 295 is the number today. I feel like I'm very transparent with this crowd because, like I said, I do feel bad that's the one stressor that we have. Thank you, boys and girls. Let's go into this Title IX thing. Let's talk about the news. Enough of this fucking money horse shit, because then you're going to have people who clip shit and they're going to be like, Aaron spent 45 minutes talking about the goal today. No, I didn't. Aaron spent 45 minutes talking about life. We were talking about budgets and finances, and they're going to
talk about April.
No, I need the narrative to be that he talks about this all the time. So I'm going to take anything that's money related and make it this. It's like, dude, do that if you need to, but it's a pretty sad see-through thing you're doing.
I don't know, Layla.
Like I monitor it. We talk about the goal for a combined 8.5 minutes on average every show, which if you consider how many ads radio stations play, we're doing pretty fucking well. The Supreme Court struck down a Biden-Harris administration rewrite of Title IX. Now, Title IX is kind of like, how do I say this? Title IX was necessary at one point, but Title IX has now been like, it's kind of been a cancer on the way schools do sports, like the way colleges do sports and everything else, because there are parts of Title IX that can be good, but they've added to Title IX so much since they've written it that it's now become kind of a burden. So, like, for example, colleges cut sports programs for boys that might work and might do well because they don't have a corresponding sport for girls. So, like, they have to have an equal amount or some ratio thereof of male sports to female sports because of Title IX. The problem is not as many women want to play sports as guys want to play sports. So a lot of guys' programs end up getting killed. They end up getting, deleted basically because they don't have a corresponding women's program. But why should not enough women wanting to play a certain sport affect men's ability to play that sport? That seems stupid. The problem with things like Title IX is that they don't take into effect society. They don't take into effect differences between men and women. For example, more men want to play physical contact sports than women do. And people who are really
a lot of that, though, Victorious, because you're just so damn smart,
then they're admitting like their
Jesus
politics
Christ.
are wrong or something.
A lot of people are stupid
it's really
compared
sad that
to
politics has
you.
become so prevalent in our everyday life that it stops people from just making common sense observations. Because
BC, good morning, bud. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. I appreciate it very much.
It causes us problems. But the Supreme Court has struck down the Biden-Harris administration.
Now, it wasn't insulting you. It wasn't an insult, but you are just a goddamn smart girl. You know that. Ain't no reason to deny it.
Dorms, and it would have compelled speech on pronouns. So the Supreme Court essentially said, no, Title IX's fine the way it is. We're going to go based on biology. We're going to go, based on,
Geez, I kind of got a celebrity in here with BC. Shit.
We're not going to rewrite this so that if somebody one day feels like they're a woman, all of a sudden that, 6'6"
He's Dabble versus royalty
basketball team now. Basically, they're not going to Olympic boxing type.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's
again,
something.
For a lot of people, feels like a victory. A lot of people are like, yeah, we won and blah, blah. It's like, did we though? Did we win, or did we just make a really common sense observation?
My honkies.
I don't know if it's really we won versus we didn't lose more. We kind of held the line. We held everything at bay. We didn't really push back on anything. We just kind of drew a line in the sand. We put our foot down and we said, no, you're not going past this point. So we just kind of stopped the rot. We didn't, make it go into recess. So that was what happened with the Supreme Court deal with Title IX. This is how the media wrote the headline. Check this out. This is CBS News. The Supreme Court has maintained a block on President Biden's expansion of Title IX that protected LGBTQ students. Oh, no. That's not good. As Worski would say, negative claps. It's so funny that the Supreme Court blocked something
No,
that
he
would
doesn't.
stop men from becoming women and playing basketball against them and having dicks out in the girls' locker room. To CBS News reports it, oh, they blocked this thing that would have protected LGBTQ students. Oh, is that what they did? Well, that sounds mean. That sounds terrible. That sounds discriminatory towards those poor LGBTQ folks. And also, I don't get this idea where
Back
people
on the
think
gay
media is
stuff.
biased.
Way to be consistent, Aaron.
I don't understand where
Way
people
to be
get that shit
consistent.
from. That the media somehow reports shit that isn't exactly honest and, misrepresents it and tries to get people thinking different shit and kind of trying to subtly brainwash them through the media. I don't get where people get that out of our wonderful fourth estate, our free press, the people who are there to just inform us and let us know what's going on in life. I mean, why do people think they're evil and
good
dastardly
steel
and
toe show
manipulative?
without it.
Just because they put a headline up there that's total bullshit and doesn't at all explain what happened at the Supreme Court and seems to push their political agenda. That's the other thing. The media will report on these things and, it just so happens, and I'm sure it's just a coincidence, but the media will report on these things, and the way they slant their articles always seems to go in one direction. I don't know. Maybe it's just a phase. Maybe, they'll get into, they'll do more based shit as the year goes on. Because again, I'm sure they're just doing it to report the news, and they're not doing it to subtly manipulate the way people think. I don't get why people don't trust places like CBS more often. I love how making women be in locker rooms with people with dicks, or
No shit.
making women play basketball against someone who was a guy up until last year.
It's like, please,
somehow
man,
that's hurting LGBTQ students.
get
It's
in this
not
decade
protecting
at
women
least.
from dental implants after they catch a fucking bow in the teeth. It's not protecting women from that. It's harming LGBTQ students.
I
Because
want to thank you
remember,
folks for
what
showing
we've
up.
learned in the hierarchy, what
Aaron
we've
here, if
learned
you could
about the
please
victimhood
hit
hierarchy,
like,
gays and
subscribe
trans
to the
people are way
channel.
more important than women.
Notifications on. I
Unless
will
you're
be
a black
going
or
live
gay woman, then maybe
spontaneously
you
a
move up
lot
a
here
little
now,
closer.
just
I'm
as
not
I'm
really
getting
sure.
to
But if you're
be,
just a
learning
regular
this
run-of-the-mill,
StreamYard.
born with
So
a vagina
you tune in
woman,
every morning
ah,
at the steel toe starting time, and
you're
I'll
not really
be
that important.
be
No offense.
broadcasting this
Some
stuff.
people were
So
responding to this
thank you
saying,
for
but
stopping in.
exposing women to men in their locker rooms and allowed medals, honor, and money designated for women to go to men. Shiesty headlines, CBS.
Totally.
Shiesty. Are they implying something? Shyster, shiesty. I don't know. On this limited record and in its emergency applications, the government has not provided
Title
this court
IX.
a sufficient basis to disturb the lower court's interim conclusions that the three provisions found likely to be unlawful are
I know he's
intertwined
doing
with
bad
and affect
on
other provisions of the rule,
his donations
according
and
to the
begging
court's
this morning.
unsigned order. So
But
basically
what
what
type
they're
of
saying is
how many viewers
can't
does he have over
shoehorn,
there? Anybody know?
a trans woman playing basketball with biological women. You can't shoehorn that into Title IX. It's not allowed. And I mean, look, I'm biased, obviously. I think it's the right decision. I think that's the proper way to go about things.
Mm-hmm.
Is by it's going, look, can we please solidify that, like, chicks, play by the, like, you can't have these giant monsters coming in and just fucking wrecking shit. Like that's not sustainable long term. So thank God the Supreme Court stepped in. And again, I don't know, people are going to celebrate this as a win, but I think it's just not a loss. if you're on that side.
Yeah, this
Coltrane
is
with $1
they've
says I've
created
never
a hell
understood
of a
the
mess
obsession with what others make and spend.
as far as that
As if
Title
he should
IX
work
goes.
for free. I listen most
But
days
the whole thing with
because it makes my mornings go quicker and I get
men
laughs
or
at his
whatever
massive titties. Thank you, buddy.
the stuff
I
is,
appreciate
you
it.
know, playing
And
in the women's
KB's
sports
accountant
is
with $199
crazy.
says, with Ape gone, how are you celebrating the 50K raise? Yeah, I wish I got one. I'm still paying for the same shit that I was paying for before. You know, the stuff that I don't pay for because she's gone, I gave that to Johnny and Matt. I just, we're still plugging along with our little mom and pop shop here. Still trying to make this thing go. So thank you for the question. But I mean, look, facts are facts. If I lower the goal, I lose money. So I'm fucked either way. Like, I either have to beg you guys for money, and then the people who hate the show can just endlessly shit on me for it, which is fine. They're allowed to do that. Or I go do something else. And I'm still good at this. And I still have a big audience. I mean, our live numbers are bigger than they've ever been.
Uh-oh.
You know, we got 1,000 people, Rumble and YouTube most days.
No, you don't.
I can't walk away from that. As long as we can still drag that.
We
money
got
out,
8 here, you son of a bitch, and we were happier than you.
Look, when the hint comes, I'll take the hint and I'll leave.
Total
until then, I want to keep doing my show. I want to get back on the air. I want to serve my my parole, my penance here that I'm serving on the internet. And believe me, it is punishment.
Total victim
to go to the
mentality.
internet.
That's because his
I
parents
had a lot more fun when we were doing this on the radio and streaming at the same time.
Let them have everything.
I would much rather have both options. The internet.
He was always a good kid.
Really place. You know, people are disgusting there. True. But you still got a lot of your diehard fans, and they're still willing to throw you a few bucks.
Taylor,
And I
thank
appreciate
you, buddy.
that.
You're donating in spirit and being here. Believe me, that is
King Kong
donation.
Dog says, I miss radio, Aaron. So do I. We did that private event this weekend. And I was like, man, remember when these steel toe comedy shows were? It was like me, Corey, Adrian, Johnny. Like it being me and Johnny was fine. And this is not a knock against Johnny. It wasn't the same.
It is a knock against Johnny.
There was one point where I was looking out at the stage when Johnny was on, and I was like, it was a full room. It was packed. People were having a great time. But at the same time, I was just like, it's not the radio days, you know?
Oh, no shit,
dummy. We got to get that back. Because, like, we still sell out the shows. It's still, I can't explain it. It's
Victoria,
just, there's a certain something about it that's gone, you know? Having all the boys there. Not as fun as it used to be.
Right here, Victoria, you make a great point. This is the reason why Steel Toe is suffering
Adrian
now.
there,
because of Johnny.
There.
That's exactly right.
I mean, I don't mean to shit on her, but I lost a lot.
Morning, Tax. Thanks for stepping in, buddy. Appreciate you.
Friends. You know, if she hadn't come aboard, Corey's checks would still be clearing. He'd be happy. You know, April wouldn't have told me that story about Adrian.
Nice
That's
to see you this morning.
And caused that to get out of hand. But ultimately, it was me who had to make the call. So I made the wrong call. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, I don't care what you spend money on, even if it's on that gay F-word juice you're currently drinking. What? Pure Leaf? Pure Leaf sweet tea? Oh, my stars. I don't think that's gay F-word juice. I think anything I drink becomes gay F-word juice to you guys. Oodles of Toodles says, how many Asians can fit in the Tahoe at a time? Hey, if we don't hit goals, maybe I do have to do the trafficking thing. Who knows? I don't know. Joshua says, I missed something. Why isn't there YouTube mods anymore? Too many Banhapper, Hammy? Happy? What? I still have YouTube mods. Dead Game says, she is a succubus, and now you know. Somebody says it was pretty fun back in the radio days when you first started doing the Tradio bit. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, when we were... Yeah, Joshua says we're technically a pop and pop show now. It's adorably gay. Yes, thank you. No,
adorably gay once again.
Like just Johnny struggling.
We
with
need a
MS
counter
stuff.
for that. I'm gonna get one of them damn counters and see how many times.
Just it just being he and I. It felt different. I'll definitely say that. It just it felt different. It felt like a step backward, is what it did. It wasn't the same, when Adrian and I used to do it, and we used to have people on, and I don't know. It just wasn't. I know I wanted to get the show done, and then I wanted to get back to the lake, which isn't the worst thing in the world. I mean, that's fine too.
Yes. Let me know, okay?
It is a weird feeling. Like I do want the radio thing back. I want to stop asking for money so much. I want to get back to. I want to get, like, when you're on the internet, there's no growth. Like the viewership and the numbers, they go up, they go down, they go up, they go down. But there's no like achieving more. There's no growth. It's just kind of you are what you are. And I don't like that feeling of being stagnant. Somebody says, honestly, wouldn't mind you on the radio again and doing like an hour or two streaming just on.
How's that sounding now, Daylight? Turn them up a little bit.
King Kong Dong says, I know another black comic if you're looking for another DEI hire. Nope, just looking for money. $295 away from today's goal. Want to get under 200 by 8 o'clock. I just want to make sure that my show stays on the air. I stress about that.
Stopping in.
Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, please, if you could. Let's go on a little rally here. We do this every day. I know.
Here we go.
I want to make the show entertaining as well.
One of our big sessions.
The whole Donald Trump assassination thing, like, to me, is becoming, and I said this at the beginning, it's becoming the Hawaii wildfires again. It's becoming the Las Vegas shooting again. It really is. It's just sweep it under the rug. We don't need to have any answers. All of your conspiracy theories are fucking stupid, but we're not going to give you anything else to go on. We're not going to give you any more information. We're not going to tell you what really happened. But we're going to, we're just going to obfuscate, and we're just going to go, moving on. But we're also going to change everything that Trump does. Like, remember at first they were like, they tried to run the whole, he's not doing outdoor rallies anymore. And it's like, wow, that's so clearly like a deep state thing to hurt him and, have him not win the election. It's just funny that all their solutions to this Trump assassination attempt thing have ironically been things that would slow his momentum. That, like, he was on a roll when that assassination attempt happened. And if he had been a Democrat, this election would be over by now. The way the media would cover it and what a hero he'd be with that fist pump and the blood streaming down his face, that should have been it. But they successfully swept that whole thing under the rug. They had Biden drop out of the race. That killed the assassination attempt.
Didn't this happen like a month ago now?
You got Walls and all that shit.
Who gives a rip?
I mean, the way they cover it is so dishonest. And it was so designed to just, hey, forget about that. It doesn't matter. Certainly don't talk about the way we've talked about Donald Trump and how this might motivate somebody to do something like this. For like 5 minutes, they were like, we need to lower the rhetoric a little bit. And then it was right back to this guy's a danger to democracy. So the whole coverage of the assassination attempt has been just bullshit designed to somehow, turn this Trump assassination attempt into how they can make it work for them. Now the Secret Service is approving a new security plan that will allow Trump to return to doing outdoor rallies.
Yeah, he isn't.
They're basically going to have him in a bulletproof box.
He ain't feeling it today.
Like, they're going to have panes of bulletproof glass surrounding him on all sides. He's not literally going to, like, open a door. They're not going to make Trump Pope-mobile it, per se. But they're going to have those bulletproof panels up and organized in a way where nobody can shoot the guy. But again, he doesn't have to get, he doesn't have to, like, open a door, get in a box, and speak.
Are you
like,
blocked
again,
over there again now, Victoria?
The Secret Service has approved a new security plan.
Does he have you blocked
to better
over
protect former
now?
President Donald Trump at outdoor campaign events, including the use of bulletproof glass to shield him on stage. The plan to erect bulletproof glass to surround Trump at outdoor events is a major enhancement in the Secret Service's standard security planning for candidate campaign events. According to the Secret Service official who spoke on the condition of anonymity.
Shit,
hey,
he's not even drinking. Could you
imagine? You had that Secret Service guy on anonymity. Could you ask him, like, what happened when Trump got shot? Could he talk to us about, I find it really interesting.
All right, good, Victoria.
That this guy that shot Trump, who met with a guy who spent a lot of time at this FBI field office. I'm just interested in how the FBI denied certain security protocols. I'm just curious as to why the FBI is the one looking into why the FBI fucked that up. I don't have a lot of confidence in a government agency investigating itself and ultimately finding itself to blame. It just, historically, that hasn't worked out well. Now, such sheets of ballistic glass are normally only provided for presidents and for vice presidents when deemed necessary at outdoor appearances. An extra layer of security organized and coordinated by the Department of Defense to shield the nation's top two leaders. Vice President Harris, who is the Democratic nominee, would be given such protection if warranted, officials said. Well, but like you saw from that video, Kamala Harris only has a few hundred people at her events. Did you see there was some deal where they were like pumping in noise?
Pretty much liked from a lot of people, though.
You know, like the opposing teams on third down, and they're pumping in crowd noise to try and, rattle the quarterback. Apparently, they were pumping in crowd noise at a televised Kamala event to make it sound like there were more people there, like it was a Trump rally. And it was Benny Johnson, I think, who took a picture of it.
He did this morning.
And Benny Johnson put it out online,
Victoria,
and it showed like a few hundred people in a mostly empty building.
He did one time. Oof. Right, kind of.
I mean, Trump's the only one who can draw. Well, maybe Obama, but like Trump's the only one going now who can draw those kind of crowds. Kamala can't. And dude, I'm starting to worry that they're going to drag her ass across the finish line somehow. Because we can trust polls or we can not trust polls, but I think Kamala's ahead. Here, general election, CBS News. Again, take this how you want to. Harris up 2 points, Harris up 3 points.
That's great.
Wisconsin. This poll has Harris up by 1 and Harris up by 2 in Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, they've got it neck and neck. Nevada looks like Trump, though. That would be big. This poll from last week has the general election Harris +6, which is, again, fucking crazy to me that she would be +6. But like, as I look at the polls, and again, polls are polls. I get that. But I mean, for her to be up that much, I mean, it does worry me.
No.
But as far as him doing this Secret Service shit, like the speeches behind glass and everything, that is so just designed. Like, again, it's all just designed to hurt him, to slow his roll, to cool his jets, if you will. They're going to try and hamstring this guy. Last time it was a pandemic. And now this time they're going to go, oh, no, we just want to keep him safe. Sure. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, I miss Corey
Good morning,
Adams,
Jer. Good morning, man.
Rants.
Thanks for stopping in, bud. Appreciate it.
I miss a lot of things.
Thanks for stopping
Corey
in.
Used to do. I miss a lot of things that Corey used to do.
Y'all that are here in attendance, could please hit the like button, share. Notifications. I will be going live every morning now for a while.
Rolled with forever,
sniping old toe here.
When the money dried up,
hopefully the next couple of days it's going to get good.
I had to let those guys go, and I kept the other person, and fat lot of good that did. And now here we are. I got 2 guys who are still rolling with me, and I appreciate it. When my fucking life fell apart, those guys still hung around, and I thank them for it. And now it's, man, I hate that my show is the most stressful part of my day. I do, but I'm also really happy that my real life, my
Trump
private life
not
is so
in the
good.
same shape as Biden is. But yeah, he's an old guy too, man. And
I love performing. I love doing the show. I love my audience.
The age thing they need to consider for presidents and the Supreme Court justices.
It's fucking wild, dude. It's fucking wild. Let's go to All's Fair in Love and War with $50 over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Richard Krostowski with $2 says, remember, Hillary was up in the polls too. Yeah, but remember, Hillary also did win the popular vote by a point or so. So those that had her up in the polls, I mean, those polls were correct. She did win the popular vote. So you got to be careful with that. By the way, thank you, All's Fair in Love and War, for the $50. We take 35 out of that, and we appreciate it so much. We needed that shot in the arm today. It was pretty quiet. 260 is the number. Maybe now we have a chance at getting to 200.
Yeah, no kidding,
by
man.
8 o'clock in the next 25 minutes or so.
Every time I'd see that damn Biden
Venmos. Thank you very much.
driving in that Mustang he's got or whatever, that Camaro, that old classic one. It's like, holy shit, get off the sidewalk.
Yeah, Dead
everybody.
Game says, imagine
Go
a real
boys
job.
driving.
Ew. Yeah, look, it could happen. It could happen.
7W7, good morning,
we
and
got
thank
some
you for
people
stomping in, buddy. Appreciate
want to
you.
offer us some things when they become available, and I'll probably need them by that time. I mean, anything that can take some of the pressure off. Where did I had something that I want to go. Somebody had something really good. Oh yeah, here we go. Mick Buster says, now Corey does odd jobs for Aaron like plant. No, that is not that. Yeah. No, Corey does not do that, nor would that ever happen. Of course not. Of course not. Let's go into the text here. Did Corey leave because of April? No, Corey left because the money just wasn't there anymore. You know, we lost My Pillow, Old Cap, and Raleigh's all at once. And that amount of money was basically Johnny and Corey's salary. And so Johnny took a hit. Corey wasn't happy with the money. Then there was that thing where he basically like played me and like goofed me behind my back.
That was great.
Money from
that was
Patrick
a great Melton. Like, fucking bit from Melton
dude,
and Corey.
That's fucking weak, dude. I mean, that's really a bullshit move.
He's still whining about it.
We had a fight about not really a fight about
his text.
He did apologize for that, but ultimately it did cause us to have a conversation that ultimately led to him going, I fucking hate the money. It's bullshit, blah, 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 blah. And he was doing Misery Loves Company at the time too, and they were paying him quite a bit to go on there. And they wanted him to talk shit about me.
That's great.
And then when he didn't talk shit about me, he stopped getting booked on Misery Loves Company. So he wanted to leave Steel Toe. I was fine with it. We had April and Johnny. So we let Corey leave because he wasn't happy with the money. And then...
Yeah, $50 a show. Who could be happy with that shit?
You know, then the April shit happened. And here we are.
It says Johnny.
So, I don't know. And then people said Corey's not streaming anymore. He doesn't do streaming. So Corey's kind of doing the odd jobs thing. Look, man, that shit can happen. Believe me, I think about it. All right, here we go. You talk about these old bits. Yeah, I remember exactly where I was that day and what I was doing. Good or bad days, they're all good memories. Absolutely. This person says, Corey also left to do comedy full-time in Austin. He hasn't streamed in 2 months. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, Corey's trying to make a go of it in Austin with the comedy, which is good. But, yeah, it doesn't leave too much time for streaming. Packerbacker with $20 says, quit your bitching. We know you aren't doing a 9 to 5.
Off, and if I
there are days where I think to myself, I'm like, man, if I jumped in like a sales or marketing game, I could move up that ladder pretty quick. I'm good at that kind of stuff. But it's like you got to start all over. And again, 3 kids, fucking bills out the ass. You know?
Great point.
It's hard to just start. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, considering how
I just think that
you don't know where he's working or anything like that.
No, I don't think I could start over.
How the hell does he know what Corey's up to as far as
let's just say some people giving me a break for a little bit and letting me build up the old war chest. MSO says Corey has a bunch of shorts posted.
There it is there.
And a couple of long ones.
Ooh, RV's long haul. That would be
They're
cool
very recent. Okay. Well, I don't know. I hope he does. I hope he is happy doing the comedy and the odd job stuff. I'd love to have him back on the show. I wanted him up here for the anniversary show.
You think he's going to show up now?
I sent him texts. I called. I didn't get a response. I don't know. It's unfortunately, I guess it's just kind of the end of the line for Corey and I. When I say I'm rebuilding from the ground up. That's for sure.
He's just getting it now that
Adam
Corey's
with
not
10
coming
bucks
back.
says this is a
What
fake
a
dono.
fucking
Thank you
idiot.
very much, Adam. I appreciate that. There you go. Someone saying, what are you going to sell? Nobody's buying anything. Well, that just sounds depressing as shit. Thank you very much, guys. 2:35 away from today. Thank you very much for your contributions. We appreciate that. Devil Pup says the YouTube chat is insufferable. You're losing people over there. Well, if you're a mod, fucking ban the people who are being insufferable. Go
There
for
we
it.
go.
I just read super chats. Like the YouTube thing, once the Ricada stuff took off, the chat started moving too fast. There was too much stuff coming in. I couldn't follow it. It was hurting the show. So I just went with super chats. And then I'll go to the Rumble chat from time to time. It's a little slower.
Because YouTube
chat
is way too brutal on them.
Hate the show.
Bitch.
Fucking kick them out. I'm in, like, again, call it self-improvement, call it, gay therapy and shit like that. If people hate me, they're allowed to hate me. They just don't get to come into my house and hate me. So fucking ban them up. Get rid of them. There's nothing wrong with that. Banning is a good thing. You should always curate your audience. You should always have the audience you want. You should always have the chat you want. So if you're in the YouTube chat and you're a mod and you see stuff you don't like,
you nailed it.
Fucking get rid of them.
You nailed it. We've seen
I'm
it coming.
too old for internet people games where it's like, that's an L if you do that. No, it's not. If it makes me feel better and I like doing it and I appreciate negative people being gone, how is that an L for me? That seems like a W. Yeah. You need to vet your mods over there. But see, that's the thing is like the old school radio people, the people who aren't into internet shit are like, YouTube chat's fucking gay. Get people out of there. I go, okay, do that. And then you have more internet-based people like McBuster who are like, no, the mods are gay. It's like, it kind of like all that drama shit makes this less fun to do, to be honest with you. People are going to watch today's show and they're going to be like, he wants to quit. I don't want to quit. I just want to do I want to do my show. I want the money to come in. I want everything to be nice. That's what I want. And then we got Johnny on vacation this week.
You got to provide
something Johnny
to the potential customer.
I hope he's having a good time with his new chick. By the way, almost 1,000 to 1,000 today. Thank you guys very much. King Kong Dog says Aaron wants another radio gig. I mean, yeah, that's what I went to school for. That's my career. That's what I want to do. No shame in that. I want I had a really good career going, and now I'm just kind of holding the line until something comes along, and that gets frustrating sometimes. There's a lot of people who are doing this streaming thing who have never been successful in broadcasting. So they look at doing this as like, oh my God, this is great. We're fucking going gangbusters. No, I've seen the other side of it. They just don't know. It's all right. There's better out there. Funny as fuck chick says hug box. What's wrong with having a hug box? I don't get that. What's wrong with having a hug box? You want to just let people throw garbage at you in your life? Why would you do that? Internet people have a weird idea of like what's winning and what's not. It's very strange. I think it's because the internet is run by nerds who,
are you
go
serious,
outside,
BC?
They get rejected.
Is that a true thing?
And so now they want to craft this world to the way they want it. But the way they want it is just to encourage them being, the losers they were that got them made fun of when they went outside. Funny as fuck chick says criticism keeps you humble. It's not criticism. My own audience criticizes me. They're fine.
No, any goddamn high school dropout.
People who just hate you and, like have said they just want to see you destroyed. Like letting them just endlessly throw garbage at you.
Extra tater tots, and on Thursday pizza day, you got 2 slices.
$1 from Coltrane says all Kamala has done is bring back the Democrat base, but the independents haven't moved, and they are 50% of the voting base.
That's amazing.
And last I saw, he was up 9%
that
of
is
independents.
Really, the more you know, it's like the more you can focus in on why, where things happen.
The polls are weird. It's odd. It's just something fucky going on,
His
man.
Dad's a baker.
There's something really fucky going on with Trump's assassination attempt. Sweep it under the rug. Kamala Harris goes from wine mom who can barely put a sentence together to now all of a sudden she's supposed to be the savior and the smartest person who ever was. Now I saw yesterday she wants to do fucking price controls. Remember, I don't read the news during the weekend. I go off and do my thing. So Sunday I catch up on everything. And apparently at some point this weekend, she's talking about price controls. How many countries have tried price controls and people just starve to death and the economy goes to shit?
Like
how are we falling for this stuff?
No, you don't.
How are we listening to this shit? There was a time in this country in my lifetime where somebody talking about price controls got 2% of the vote and laughed off the fucking stage. That was a thing. That was like Joe Biden in 2004 couldn't get 2% when he would run for president in the primaries. Now he's president of the United States. Somebody's running this shit. Somebody's fucking running this shit, and it ain't us.
Uh-oh.
Because when the people speak, it's now become the elites rig it once the people speak with a voice they don't want them to speak with. We're not in control of even the small shit we used to be in control of. Because Kamala Harris, to quote Kingdom of Heaven, one of my favorite movies, in France, this could not inherit. But here, there are no rules. So you've got someone like Kamala Harris that everybody knows is full of shit, that you go out in the real world, and when people talk about her, they're like, oh, Kamala Harris, no thank you. But somehow in these polls, she's way the fuck ahead. Where are these people? This is like in 2020, when people would be like, all I see are Trump signs all over the country. I see no Biden signs. And then at 3 a.m, when everyone's asleep, he pulls ahead. I start talking about this shit, I get mad. Maybe this is the stuff I should be talking about on the show, and then I won't worry about all the other shit. Because this stuff works me up to no end. Our fucking country has been conquered. It's I'm waking up all of a sudden. Now we got ourselves a fucking show. We've been taken over. Somebody took over our country.
He did come back and win one, though, didn't he, DC?
It's a multinational corporation. It's not the United States. Maybe I talked to my uncle too much this weekend. Oh, by the way, my friends talked to my uncle this weekend. Fucking loved him. One of my friends was fucking like sharing conspiracy ideas with him. And he was like, yeah, I've heard that one. She even said one thing. She was like, threw something out there. She's like, I've never heard of that one. And then my uncle starts talking about the Dunn babies.
Oh,
remember
shit.
The Dunn babies?
No.
Where they're keeping them in a mountain and the elites drink their blood to keep them young. He starts talking about the Dunn babies, and she's like, oh, yeah, they do that. Yeah, they use the babies for the adrenochrome. And he's like, yeah, you know about that. I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm like, they're vibing. I'm like, my uncle and my friend are vibing. This is crazy. And then they're like, they're talking about the Dunn baby thing. And she starts talking to him. She's like, yeah, that's why the elites sexually traffic these young children, because apparently having more stress and more trauma, you produce more adrenochrome. And then the elites can use those people for their blood and their adrenochrome levels. And he's like, yeah, exactly. No, that's exactly. And they're sitting there going, yeah, Mike Pence actually runs the sex trafficking in the Midwest. And they're just going like boom for boom, conspiracy for conspiracy. And I'm like, holy shit. But I learned some things from my uncle.
I don't think his uncle even exists.
And maybe I'm starting to be influenced. Of his
imagination as well.
Maybe I'm going to get in a fucking med bed pretty soon. I don't know. I'm going to give myself high blood pressure for, with all this fucking screaming, and I'm going to be hopping in a med bed pretty soon. But it is like, it's been taken over. It's been conquered, and the country is being run. And we're like Saddam Hussein, Iraq, where I don't think our elections are real. I think that they're manipulated to get the outcome that the elites want. And it's sad. Like, I don't like thinking that way, because it's a fucking bummer to be like, wow, America's no more. America doesn't exist. It's been taken over by greedy, nasty, shitty people.
That's all it does is talk about how
who don't even want to destroy the world. If they were like Thanos, I would get it. But they just want to make money. That's it. Hey, let's fuck over people and deny them their will, and let's destroy a great experiment in constitutional republics and this form of government. Let's burn it all down so we can make $1 billion extra. It's fucking gross, man. It's really bad. And I look at Kamala Harris and I see her ahead in the polls, and I'm sorry, I just don't believe it. It's being rigged. Somebody there is fucking with something. And I'm sorry if that gets us kicked off of YouTube, but I don't buy this shit anymore. He's
starting to heat up now.
Media is selling a product, right?
He's getting angry.
Media is selling a product. I ain't buying. This shit isn't real. Kamala Harris is not ahead of Donald Trump. There is no fucking way on God's green earth. These people have fucked everything up. From COVID to now, they have thrown this country into the shitter. People are depressed. They don't have any money. They don't know. I mean, college, fuck college. Groceries, motherfucker. Retirement, what's that? People have been dipping into their retirement to pay their fucking bills the last 4 years. They've gone backwards in their retirement. Retirement ain't happening. We're all working until we drop dead at 80. And it's all because people like Kamala Harris. I refuse to believe that this country is so fucking stupid that they're going to vote for one of the people that destroyed us. It's got to be somebody rigging it. It's got to be somebody creating a story out of thin air and then running with it. And then convincing us that, no, it's just where you live is just heavy Trump. Well, everywhere else is Kamala. It's just,
BC.
It's got to be bullshit.
There ain't no
it can't be true. I
California.
can't believe that people are so fucking
Very
stupid
rare.
that they would go to this woman for answers when she's had 4 years and hasn't done a goddamn thing but fuck everything up. She's the border lady. The border is the shittiest it's ever been. And you want to put that person in charge? It's like if she were the produce person at Walmart. All you had to do was take care of the lettuce, and it was all brown and slimy. And then you said, should we make her the general manager of the store? No. Oh, but everyone here thinks she should be. Who's everyone?
You put it all in April.
Can I go around and ask everyone? No. We took a poll for you. It's fine. There's something happening here. I'm ready. Like, if there's people listening to this show right now that are going, Aaron's ready to go like full-blown fucking Alex Jones. Aaron's ready to go full-on conspiracy guy. I am. There's no fucking way that people want this chick more than the guy. You can hate this guy all you want. His 4 years were fucking better. There's no comparison. Gas prices, 401k, money in your pocket, taxes, inflation, whatever. Dealing with our enemies, not starting new wars. It's all better under the last guy. And you're going to tell me there's polls out there where the American people are going, give me the chick that's been helping run this shit into the ground for the last 4 years. It would be different if it was against like a Rand Paul or a J.D. Vance. But it's literally against the guy that had the 4 years that were better. Fuck, man. It's like asking, hey, man, you got two choices. Man. You can start as quarterback. You can have Patrick Mahomes or Damian Heward. And you're like, well, Damian Heward has some positive. Fuck you. You want Mahomes. Well, he said some things I don't like. Who gives a shit? We'll put up with it. It'll be fine.
Does that mean the in-bombs coming shortly?
Time, while the money went up and the prices stayed down, you only got mugged if you went downtown? I'm literally looking at my wall talking to an imaginary person. I'm losing my fucking mind. Aaron, I love when you talk politics on the show. You should talk politics more. It's fucking insane. It's fucking crazy. I'm yelling at my wall, pretending you guys are my wall, and I'm just yelling. It's over. We've been taken over. Dude, I'm sitting here getting ready to do the fucking 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms.
Oh.
Jesus. That's why they won't take our guns away, by the way. They try sometimes, but that's why they're not going to take them away. They want us to feel like we have some freedom. And you're like, yeah, they rig our elections and they fuck with our media and they own all of the shit that tries to inform us of things. But at least I get to have a little pew-pew in my day.
Pew-pew.
All right.
It's a pew-pew.
Here's a text coming in. Congratulations, Aaron. You just reached the biblical truth that love of money is the root of all evil. Now we all understand the Bible verse. Ooh. It's almost like humanity has been the same for all eternity, and there is a book that tells us all about it. You're right. Fucking that Bible is pretty sharp, man. I think as you get older, you get a little more at peace with the whole God thing, and you drop some of your arrogance.
I think a lot of that wasn't even religious not too long ago. As a matter of fact, I'd put him
Christ
and Johnny both
and stuff. Not that I'm a religious guy now, but like
or at least agnostic.
Rejecting all that
but
stuff
now,
is like useful rebellion. It's like turning on your parents.
4 lines of cocaine and doing
and then I think
Molly
you come back to it.
Turns you into a goddamn evangelist.
Teachings in there. There's a lot of stuff that can kind of inform your everyday life, but we get arrogant and we're like, invisible man in the sky. Ugh. That's the sign of an undeveloped brain, by the way. A flying spaghetti monster, invisible man in the sky. That anger at God thing. Imagine anger at a God you don't believe in. I can't. I don't understand it.
You do it,
got a
dude.
lot of people right.
You don't
I'm
believe
gonna pick a random spot in the chat.
Describe yourself.
And we're gonna go there. Willy nilly.
Don't even believe
with
it.
199 says you don't seem like yourself. You seem nervous. Do I seem like I'm due for the nervous hospital? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if he's Catholic or not.
No shit.
7-Dub. I don't know what.
Because denomination it price is. Controls. How can someone propose price controls and be ahead in the election? I don't say this very often, but we're smarter than that. We're not smarter than much, but we're smarter than, price controls. That sounds like a good idea. Maybe we're not. So, willy-nilly. Maybe I seem jumpy today.
See them
Greek
gods
I'm
for
like
hell.
this close to jumping off the conspiracy cliff.
Hey, we're brutes.
I'm this close to going, yep, there is no the United States of America. It's a corporation that's been bought and sold, and people are just using it to extract money. Oh my goodness. All is fair in love and war again with another $40. Says, here you go. Thank you to new fans who throw money at this show. We appreciate that level of support.
Shit, a new fan.
And oh my God, wouldn't you know that $40 is putting us under 200, and it's just before 8:00. Wow. Thank you, all.
Where did he get all that money come from? I don't remember. Caleb, you've been watching.
Guys, 195 away. Let's get under 100 by 9:00.
How the hell did he get
today.
That amount already?
Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. We did that 50 gifted membership goal that one day last week, and it worked. It worked really well. SC Motorsports says they're coming out with My Med Bed by Mike Lindell. Hold on. Do you have an adrenochrome deficiency, or are you suffering from multiple sclerosis, Alzheimer's disease, or ALS, otherwise known as Lou Gehrig's disease? Get your My Med Bed today. With My Med Bed, you're going to get $79.99 off the sticker price when you use the promo code Illuminati. That's right. I've sold out. I've decided that joining the ranks of the elite is better than screaming about the 2020 election while I hawk sleep gear. So if you want to get your med bed and be cured of all your diseases and watch George Soros drink adrenochrome from your firstborn's veins, then go to mymedbed.com. That's Mike Lindell for mymedbed.com. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go wipe Klaus Schwab's ass and then feed him a child. I'm Mike Lindell for My Med Bed. Go to mymedbed.com, type in Illuminati, and get your med beds for $79.99. Oh, thank you, Mike. I'm glad that Mike could help us out. You know, he really does make the Illuminati seem more friendly than a lot of people, other people do. Chevy fan says, come to Minneapolis. People love Kamala. She sells transgender merch. I still just have a hard time believing that people are falling for this shit. But then people tell me, they're like, Aaron, look how San Francisco's been voting forever. Look how LA's been voting forever. People are literally fleeing those states like California.
I was going to say LA and San Francisco. They
still don't get it. They still don't change. And that's a good point, too. Labglass says Trump got Tulsi to help him debate. I did see that. I did see that Trump was talking to Tulsi Gabbard.
It's
easy to
anything anti-Jewish.
She's not ahead
of
King Kong Dong says the Mexicans and the rest of the world are looking at Texas and Arizona as an open border once she wins. Well, I think that if she loses, you're going to see the border go fucking crazy. I think if Trump wins from November to January, you're going to see that border, to quote Derek Vineyard, look like a fucking piñata exploded. It's going to get, because people are going to, they're going to know Trump's back.
They're going to get violent.
Come January, they're locking this shit down. So if we're going to get across, we got to get across now. Das Optic Nerve says that grocery store analogy was pretty good, Imholt. Oh, thank you. I pride myself on my grocery store analogies. Coltrane says Hillary was up in the popular vote, but she lost the Electoral College by 77. Yeah. I mean, thank goodness.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is the polls that showed her ahead in the popular vote were correct. Bigot on socialist media says Kamala is popular. It's not a lie. How embarrassing.
I was going
can't
to
believe
say
that people are that fucking
it
stupid
doesn't
that they
seem
hear
like
things
it's
like
got
price
any lighter
controls
on
from the
population
person who's
where
been
I'm
running the
at,
border
man.
for
As a
4
matter of
years.
fact,
It just
seems even
frustrates me that
denser.
people are so enamored
I
with
don't
hating
think, though,
Trump
that
they can't
the
understand
folks
that
that came
what
across
you don't
the
like
border
about Trump is his
illegally
personality, not his
are
ability to do the
counted,
job.
but
What should
still,
scare you about Kamala
don't
is her
seem any
inability
less
to do the job.
population-wise than
I'm
him.
sure she's a nice person. Lots of nice people out there. They're not qualified to be president. So I don't, people love Kamala. She's like, what did Drew Barrymore call her? Mamala? Oh, God, that's hard to form into words using your mouth. But great. She seems like a mom. Cool. Doesn't mean she's supposed to be president. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says anger at God is weird coming from the man screaming at a wall. New boot Cuba. Yeah, right. You know what? That's a good point. I'm sitting here going, people are just mad at God and they're rebelling like an angry teen. Who are you yelling at? That picture of Stephon Diggs in the Minneapolis Miracle catch. That's who I'm yelling that to. I'm not crazy. This is my job. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Dead Game says supposed to have been a 5-year trial period in 1919, the Federal Reserve, but Wilson's wife fucked us good. Yeah, Woodrow Wilson's one of the worst presidents of all time. And you're not going to like hearing this. FDR, too. Not a good president. Packerbacker says, honestly, if Americans had any backbone, we'd have a dozen of these fucks at the end of in public. Yeah, I actually agree with that. There's been a lot of people who have sold this fucking country right down the river, and we just let them do it. Clinton was one of them with, what was the Mexico, NAFTA. Clinton sold part of this country down the river with NAFTA, and then, the Glass-Steagall Act, where banks could take your deposits and they could make gambles with them. Just fucking insane again. Kotod with $1 says we need Steiner to explain price controls and elections to us. I have to find, I think the chainmail is, I think it's in the room right next to me here. Maybe we'll grab it a little later, and we'll have Scott Steiner explain price controls and why it's bad. MN Gal with $20 says nothing to add, just a thank you. Wow, thank you for the thank you.
I've never heard none of those people.
175 away from today. Thank you, guys. That means a lot. Grand Poobah with $10 says, Aaron, we've had 50 years of commies and liberals running around our colleges and universities, especially the departments that issue teaching degrees. This is a plot decades in the
Good morning, Michaela.
Who was that Russian
Good morning. Nice to see you,
who
dear.
warned us about this?
Thanks for stopping in.
Was it the Gulag Archipelago author, Solzhenitsyn, or whatever his name is? Was he the one who, there's somebody who did an interview on American TV, and he said, this will start with the schools. They will start brainwashing your children, and then your children will grow up to be filthy, dirty commies. And then it'll go from there, generation to generation, and so on and so forth. I wish I could remember that. If anyone has that guy's name, that would be great. King Kong Dong says, Aaron doesn't have a football season to look forward to, so political science, here we come.
Yay.
No, dude. It just doesn't seem like it's we the people, of the people, for the people, by the people, to the people, all that stuff. It just doesn't seem like it's that. It seems like somebody else is in charge. Like I said, in the 2020 election, it just kind of seemed like the people had their say, and then in the middle of the night, the elites went, okay, how many votes do we need to find? You know what's fucking crazy? They want to charge Trump with a felony, although I think the Atlanta thing got dismissed, didn't it? They want to charge Trump with a felony because he called that governor and he said, hey, you think you can find 16,000 votes? What the fuck did the Democrats do in 2020? They got to the middle of the night and they went, how many fucking votes do we need? Oh, well, I just have this big box full of write-in, mail-in ballots here. And wouldn't you know, they break like 90-10 for Biden. What did we need it to break for Biden? 88-12. Oh, that's weird. So it was just 2 points over what we needed? Yep, sure was. Counted them myself. I mean, We've seen this time and time again. They blame Trump and they accuse Trump of the shit that they do. Oh, he's going to go after all his political adversaries and try to throw them in prison.
Especially at Thanksgiving and Christmas time, Mama
balls
Kayla.
For you to say that. King Kong Dong says Bush was no spring chicken either. He did Patriot Act, and every president after continued it with their signature. Yep, you're right. You're right. Midland Armory says, I hope FDR is burning in hell. The amount of influence FDR gave the government over the private economy is fucking bananas. The New Deal, honestly, if it hadn't been for World War II and basically needing to give everyone jobs and borrowing money to fight wars, everyone thinks that wars are good for the economy. Fucking long term, they're terrible. First of all, when soldiers cross borders, goods don't. So trade is fucked. And then also, all this money you're paying these people with is all debt. Like, it's all borrowed
BC,
money.
You're a good man. Appreciate coming in.
There's not, like, the idea that war is good for the economy is a misnomer. But FDR, yeah, that New Deal would have kept us in the Depression for way longer if World War II hadn't come along. Nana's Clam says Saul Alinsky. No. Saul Alinsky is the guy who came up with rules for radicals about infiltrating education and radicalizing that and then using that to kind of start the revolution. There was some guy who gave an interview on American television and he laid this whole thing out. No, SC Motorsports, it was not Paul Reiser. Das Optic Nerve, it was not Yakov Smirnov. No.
Yakov
His name was
Smirnov.
Vladimir Nikolai Chavinsky.
Holy shit, that's from the 80s.
Or something. Okay. I'm going to go look. Gradient might have sent it to us. Chevy fan says, war is good for Ukraine's economy. No, let me correct you. War is good for, what's his name? Zelensky's economy. That's who it's good for. Dead Game says, you've got a gun store sponsor? The fuck? Don't you have a truck rifle? I'm so confused. I'd be there every week. I don't have a truck rifle. I'm sorry. Redman with a great point. War transfers wealth from the people to the wealthy. He's right. King Kong Dong says, so what Aaron means is Hitler saved us from FDR turning us into dirty commies. Wait, what? Hold on.
Oh, a trade school DJ? Holy shit.
Is this?
So he went for a year.
Yuri Bezmenov, Bezmenov, The 4 Stages of Ideological Subversion, 1984. Yes. This is a 1-hour interview, though. Yuri Bezmenov School. Let's write school. Defector. His warning to America. This is exactly
Mr.
what
Bezmenov was.
Thank you so much. Who was that sent that in? Let me go back real quick. Gradient. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I was talking about. Thank you so much. 170 is our number for today. Thank you guys very much for chipping in. Let's knock it down to 100 by 9 o'clock. You guys are the best. About 900 of you checking in right now. Hit like, hit subscribe. Let's check this guy out. We're going. Steel Toe solo shows are now basically going to be conspiracy shows at this point until we get to the election. I'm losing my fucking mind.
Was born in 1939 in a suburb of Moscow.
Yeah,
he was the son of a high-ranking Soviet Army officer. He was educated in the elite schools inside the Soviet Union and became an expert in Indian culture and Indian languages.
Look at how little pizzazz you needed to be on TV back then. I think there's a direct link we can draw between like showmanship and how dumb we got. Like when this guy was on TV, sure, he was boring and he was like, well, I'm a presenter and I just read the facts and I host the show. But we had more intelligent conversations. Then you had guys like, I'm Bill O'Reilly, and tonight on The Factor, is somebody going to try to fuck your kids? And then like he would scream at a guy for a half hour. They would just scream at each other. And people were like, that's entertainment. Wow, this is fireworks. This is crazy. It's kind of like YouTube. YouTube is all, hey, do you want your channel to take off? Get involved in some drama. Like, yeah, that drama. But then it's like, yeah, but now we're all getting dumber. And we're more miserable, and this is shitty, and this is not good, and there's no talents who are just fighting with each other. And, like, presenters like this guy are phased out because he's not entertaining enough. because he won't call somebody's wife a whore. And you're just kind of like, all right, great. I'm glad you guys, like, it's just that appeal to the base level animalistic part of our brain that's kind of fucked our entire culture up, if you think about it. Like, we need to go back to this guy being like a respected news guy. And I don't even know who the fuck he is. But we need to go back to this being the guy of record.
He had an outstanding career with Novosti, which was the...
You guys mind if I skip the intro part here?
...to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures.
Those dirty commies.
Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
Wow.
Sound familiar yet?
Wow.
How ironic that this interview took place in 1984. So I saw a hat someone was wearing the other day. It said, "Make Orwell fiction again." I was like, yeah, that's about right. But how about this guy? Yeah, we just jam you up the ass full of so much information that you don't know what's up and what's down. And then you can't come to a logical conclusion on fucking anything. Yep. Sounds like us.
It's a great brainwashing process, which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages.
Shit, I might have to go start sniping on old Joey C,
It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation.
Aaron needs to pick
Why
it up.
many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy.
Okay, so demoralization, teaching you that America was just built on slavery and America's racist, and you know, if you're white, you're guilty, and you know, all this revisionist history horse shit and DEI and all that. Okay, so there's your demoralization. Teach people that your country's not really great or that it's not really special, and you specifically have blood on your hands. Okay, so we're there.
Exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans.
Yes. And by the way, to make you shit your pants a little more, this was 40 years ago. This guy was saying this. He's like, your demoralization process is complete. And what's worse is you guys just did it to yourselves. Like the Soviet Union didn't do it to you. Communist China didn't do it to you. You guys started fucking feeling guilty all on your own. You started this commie shit all on your own. And that's what communism is. Communism teaches you that, well, if you're on top, you must be exploiting the people on the bottom. Or if you're on the bottom, you must be a victim of the people who are on the top. And that's just such a lazy way of thinking. But if you convince everyone they're a victim, they'll rise up for you because you're their advocate.
Thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure
Aaron
to
has a lack of moral
information
standards,
does not matter
son of a
anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom.
Basically, what he's saying is until this guy's kicked in the ass and shown how bullshit this is, he's not going to believe it. And that's, dude, we're way past that point. People argue, like you watch people argue online or even in real life. They don't argue points. People bring up points and facts. And you're fucking stupid. Shut up, you asshole. And it's unfortunate because we don't understand how fucking stupid we look. We think that we're like in control or we're winning or this and that. It's like we look retarded. We look like 10-year-olds.
When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. It's what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems.
Our economy's in the shitter. Inflation is terrible. And people feel like
and my wife left me for
our foreign policy is war, antagonize people, throw away taxpayer money at dictators that we have business dealings with. And what was the last one?
What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems.
Defense systems. Spend a fortune giving away money to Raytheon and Boeing and all these contractors. And meanwhile, none of it's being done in the public interest. All right, so destabilization is there. Oh, and give Israel a bunch of shit to bomb their neighbors.
And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago
in 1984
when I landed, in this part of the world.
All right,
there was too much communism.
Let's see what the hell Joey sees.
The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to...
Bear with me. Okay, guys.
Wonderful, beautiful little town here. It is a village. Oh, here's one of my... Now, here's somebody I'm very good friends with. Right there, Jimmy Leland.
Uh-oh.
I spent many a spring training with Leland with the Detroit Tigers. Drinking and getting drunk, and that man could drink you up. He was. Jimmy Leland was inducted. He's class of 2020. This is the class of 2024 right here. There they are. You see that? Leland, Beltran, Helton, and Maurer. Joe Maurer, who's a catcher. There's Beltran. Woo. Jim Leland. I got a lot of Jim Leland stories on the baseball. Boss Dog is here. I don't know if he's in the chat room, but he's missing a lot. He's not here.
I don't see Ross Dog. I see Peter. I see Fern Dog. I see Mar. I see Cassius, Big Boss, Ian, Ryan. Yep, all them in the chat.
Okay.
Can we finally put this godforsaken $200 bullshit to bed? Like, for fuck's sake, people,
again,
it never really happened. It was a fucking bit. Jesus Christ.
It's terrible that they just don't understand things.
Like,
It's a bit.
Tigers.
It was a fucking bit. Joey was never locked up. It was a joke. Jesus Christ, people just don't know how to stop it already.
No, we hit up Kahuna.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
it's
funny.
pretty
It was
much
a bit that went bad.
casino money.
It was a
Yeah.
bit that went bad.
I've had
that-
those.
It wasn't.
How does a bit go bad?
It
with
was a bit
fucking-
that Kahuna took a little bit too far, and it kept
Yeah.
going on. It was way too long.
Then why are you guys fighting?
It turned into a nightmare, and it actually turned into why where we're at today with Kahuna, and why he took seriously that I was firing him, like he said, and Lou was replacing him, and he booked 2 weeks worth of work with his company. Exactly. So you guys got to understand. We understand Kahuna had all these ideas. He wants to do bits back. I'm not a bit guy. I'm all against the bits because I'm not a comedian. But when he laid it out, I said, okay, this can work, because the beans did happen. The guy did throw beans on me, but it never escalated to anything else past that, except for me pushing the guy and throwing him off the property. But the police came and threw him off the property. Okay. And then they arrested him. He did get arrested. I never went. That was the part that we added in. And Kahuna thought it would be good to do that. And I'm like, I don't want to. Then they're going to look for arrest records. How are they going to, when they look for an arrest record is done, they're going to figure that out. And that's when I came up with, okay, if we're going to do it this way, I'll have to be detained. But everything happened in that where the beans were thrown on me.
Son of a bitch.
I pushed the guy. The police were called. He was arrested for trespassing. I could have charged him with assault, because once he put the beans on me, that was assault. I'm not going to waste my time locking anybody up. It's not my style. Kahuna had already went with a bid about $200, and then it just went sour. I gave him his out, and he refused to come on.
Bigger Kahuna
to say he was at fault for anything, which makes me to tell me that why I got upset is he's being very self-centered. If I got to take a hit, why can't he take a hit? He refused to, and he just assumed we fired him. He assumed by working, he wasn't going to be on the next 2 weeks because he hasn't worked.
Second,
and we'll see. That's where we're at. So, is that put the $200 away? Did he finally close out this $200 thing that he never sent me? My God, man, it's a sad thing.
He put you in a bind.
I'm not setting Kahuna. Yeah, I'm not setting Kahuna. He told me he couldn't work the next 2 weeks. Those are his exact words, Ian. I cannot work the next 2 weeks. I have work. I have to spray 9 days of stuff on whatever he does for a living, and he lives with it. He made it bed. He lies in it. That's the way it is. We all have to take hits. We've all been.
I sent the messages, personal messages, and he thought that I had hurt him or done something wrong to him that on the morning show.
These guys have done nothing, and they don't even talk about that. Blue has never said, "Listen, you need to get rid of that." Never been said by any of these guys. They're graciously, when I call to them to help me, they both are gracious enough to come to help me. I mean, Lou could have said, "You know what? I don't need none of this. I'm not coming on. I don't need none of this." Jason could have said the same thing. You know, so in all fairness to them, they have nothing to do with any of this. You know, so I feel comfortable with them. They're my friends. And if Kahuna is going to be working for the next 2 weeks, and after we can sort out what's going to be sorted out, and if it doesn't work, then I will make the decision of how we're going to proceed. And that's the first and foremost. It's Catalano TV. If it was Jason Bardo X's TV or Lou the God's channel, they would make the decision on what's going to move forward, just like I'll make the decision on my channel. That's how it works. That's how we do things. So it's just enough of it. Enough's enough.
It's like when you're new. I think, Kahuna is new. I think we've talked about this in some respects, but some of this has gone pretty far. And like, not willing to just come clean after, you took a hit. I mean, it feeds into all the things people say about you. And yeah, for a bit you're willing to do it, but now when you need him, it's just a mess.
Jesus,
and right?
Bardo X is the voice of reason.
It's none of our fault.
Woo.
First sign of the apocalypse.
When you're not a comedian and you're not a funny guy, bits are not going to work unless you very plan them out the right way. When you take a bit too far, a comedian could get his way out of almost anything. But when you take two ordinary guys who are not comedians, who are not, and for him not ever being on air except for the last month or so, month and a half, and he wants to make this channel into a bit. I don't want my channel is about truth and justice, about my life stories, about having fun, and he wants to turn into everything a bit. Let me be honest with you. You know what he told me? I want you to tell everybody you fired me. This is what his logic was. You start tomorrow and tell everybody you fired me, so they can all get on your ass to tell you you better bring me back, and I'll come back and save the day.
Oh no!
This is what he said to me.
That's
and I'm
too
like,
much.
well, who do you think you are? So you know what my conclusion is? His head got too big. With all the people giving him all the positive thing, his head got too big.
Holy shit!
And that's the bottom line here.
No, he got.
And the people that helped him,
yeah,
the people that helped him, he lashed out at.
And I'm telling you, that man was in a full-blown nut rage in the backseat of my car yesterday, screaming at me at the top of his lungs, and looked me in the eye with this evil look like he was going to hit me, and said, "Don't make me get it. I'm pissed off. Don't you make me any more angry than I am." And from what I understand, at the airport, they didn't put him on a flight. That they got him out of the airport because he was a raging lunatic at the airport. So we obviously could see he's got problems. We obviously see he has some anger problems.
Yeah, he's got anger problems.
And
no problems at all.
What he's getting right now, he asked for it. By him continuing thinking he's all to change my channel to Kahuna TV, to think it's all about him, really is sad. It was I that put him on the air and gave him his shot. And then Jason took him into his realm, and other people took him into their realm. And he basically is telling me I need to tell everybody that I fired him, and they'll be all over my ass saying, you need to bring Kahuna back. When we get enough people to be on his team, I'm to bring him back and everything will be saved. Well, I don't need Kahuna for that. My channel, I've already proven that it's me when I'm by myself. I'm the one that built everything. The Walk and Talk streams have between all the Walk and Talks, over 100,000 views between every freaking, so.
It could be viewed, Joey. It could be viewed that if you were to do that, he would be separating your audience and taking them. That's
Which is
weird.
what I wanted.
I did hear, and this is crazy, but I'm going to say it. I did hear is Melton involved? I mean, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
Oh,
listen,
I don't want to accuse him of being this crappy, because I think he would have done a better job if he was involved. Of course, but
Melton has nothing to do with this. I can tell you this.
Yeah,
you know what Melton told me? Melton sat me down and nobody told me, you want to take off big, start covering Aaron Emholt. That's your ticket to stardom. That's what Melton told me to do. That's what he told me to do.
Boy, that's gonna be some boring ass shit. That's gonna be some boring ass.
Here's what I said, Melton.
I don't know, Melton. I don't know about that one, buddy. I'm not gonna jump on that one, man.
Ian says
that was Melton's advice to me.
Really?
Kahuna told me he couldn't come on here, so I listen.
Speaking of which, thank
you guys want to send him a link. Send him a link if he wants to send the link. I don't care.
Subscribe.
Yeah, definitely send him the link. Why not?
Oh, and don't forget about.
But I tell you the truth,
I'm gonna go live every day this week.
He fucked up, man.
Early morning.
He messed up.
Aaron,
he did.
It's boring.
And he told me I fucked up. That's what he told me. He told me I fucked up.
That's wrong.
He's gonna take all these fans away from me. Take them.
Kahuna has the link.
Well, he can take whoever he wants. I got many people out here that do love me, and well, who's gonna take the Birdman with him? His neighbor? Take him. I don't care.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dela.
It's so weird how he turned so quickly. What the hell happened?
I noticed it listen to me. About 2 weeks ago, I noticed things, and how he was making. I don't like that thumbnail. We're not using any of those ones that Luda God made. They're terrible. That's what he said.
Oh, really?
I didn't make them. I don't make thumbnails.
I make thumbnails.
We're only gonna put hack right stuff up.
I agree.
How dare you do that? Wait a minute. Whose channel is this? Yours or mine?
That's weird.
Okay.
What about the stuff Jason put? Because I think Jason outdid everybody. To be honest with you, I'll be honest right up the front. Jason stuff.
To know about these $200 is like
PSP. There was no $200. What don't you understand about that? I don't get
it. Keep it up. That's awesome. Oh man.
Sorry, guys, Kahuna sent you $200. No, he did not. He sent me $200 2 days ago. I woke up and he said, "Here's the $200. Send it back, and we'll use this." I go, "The dates don't match. How are you going to pull? What are you going to? Are you going to alter the document, the receipt, and change the date?" That was his brainstorm to the $200, which I immediately sent back the next day to him.
Right.
I woke up with $200 in my account from Kahuna with the note saying, "Here's the paper trail don't add up." So yes, Peter, he sent me $200 2 days ago, 2 or 3 weeks after the fact when he was supposed to originally have sent it. I'm not going to. Now you don't want me to lie and cover up stuff and change receipts and make falsify documents. That's fraud. Ain't going to happen. So I immediately sent back his money the next day. And you know what he told me? What's this money you're sending me? What is this, pay or something? I go, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "This is for my plane ticket. I'll show you all the texts and the DMs if I need to."
I got you something.
You understand? He goes, he played dumb. He's like, "What is this money for? What are you paying, sending me back this money for?" We're bringing him on. He's coming on. Because you know what? He's not going to get the shine on this. And you people in the chat room, I don't care if you're with Kahuna, stay with Kahuna. You're not going to badger me no more. It does not happen like that when I'm telling the truth. So he wants to come on and plead his case. I'm going to leave because I don't need to listen to his bullshit. And he'll never. He's lucky. He's this close to being. I was going to toss him on the highway. I'd have left him on 490. I'd have left him there. You think I care about that?
He gave you the warrior stare, that look where it's like, okay, I don't know if we're going to go past this moment.
It's like he was going to say, if you don't chill, I'm going to break your neck or give you a throat punch.
That's crazy.
No, that's the stare said that. That's exactly what the stare said.
Wow.
You know, so like I was gonna. What do you think I was gonna say? Oh my God, he thought I was gonna beg him just to like I was afraid of him. Is that what he thought? I turned to him and I said, "Let me tell you something. First of all, don't ever yell at me in my vehicle again. You understand that? That's number one. Number two, 20 years ago, if you did that, I would have tossed you and your luggage on the highway." And he goes, "Go ahead and do it. I don't care. I don't care." He thinks he's somebody that he's not. That's the problem. That's the problem. You can't start being a tough guy at 47. You understand? You can't do it. It doesn't work. It's something you're born into the streets. You can't be a gangbanger at 47 or 37 or 57. That's something that instilled in you when you're 8 years old and you're left on the streets because you got no parents. You understand?
Right.
And Lou, am I correct about that statement?
What's that again? I'm reading the chat.
Would you say that that's a true statement? You cannot be born. You have to be born a gangster. You're on the streets at 8 years old as a gangbanger. You can't become a gangbanger at 37, 47, 57 and think you're a tough guy. Yeah, that's something you're born into as a young age.
The conditions that make you
know what I'm talking about.
Not at that age.
A gangster.
I don't know too many 37-year-olds that want to get gang initiated.
Exactly.
Joey does.
It just don't
That's
happen.
something you do when you're young.
Make his lifelong dream finally.
Everybody
come true.
portrays him as a nice guy like I do, and then when him coming with the tough guy act in front of my wife and Spider, and do you know he physically attacked Spider in the room? Do you understand? He put his hands on Spider. Spider wears a buck. He wears a buck. Yeah, you want to make me look bad, Kahuna? I would advise you to come on because I'm going to bury you here. I'm going to bury you here. He physically. Spider's 100 pounds, if that. And he said he had enough of him, and he attacked him like he was a little kid, and body slammed him, and he messed up Spider pretty good.
Oh shit!
What? Is this for real?
Yes. Spider, did he not body slam you?
What?
Did he not body slam you in the hotel?
This can't be.
Oh,
Man.
he's tough.
He tossed him. He grabbed him and he tossed him and body slammed him into the bed. And I said, "Why would you do that?" He said, "I had enough of him."
Whoa.
I mean, was that supposed to be joking?
Yeah, was that joking?
I don't know.
I don't know.
All I know is I heard it was pretty. The way it sounded, like he had to put some pretty good force on him.
My God.
And it was like making a statement, like, "You don't mess with me or run your mouth at me no more."
He was trying to get Joe's attention.
He was trying to get my attention. He was trying. I guess that's what he said. I was on air. You know, and he wants me to change everything. He wants me to make it about him, this show.
It's good to have
if
a
you look, if you
backup,
guys go, if I
Joyce.
show you the
It's good to have
brand, which
some
you guys don't
backup
have that
man there.
ability, I don't think as of yet. Everything that you see for the morning show is Kahuna this, Kahuna that, Kahuna this. It's like I leave Duane on the road. He
Kahuna
changes everything. Now whether
is who's
Hackwright
saying
put
beat
this
'em
in
up.
his head to get into my goat, I don't know. I don't know if this is another one of his bits. I don't know what's a bit anymore and what's not.
I think
They used to do it midgets and bartenders.
somebody whoever did the
contest, little
background
midgets.
really looked at my show and is fucking clowning me like a motherfucker right now with this shit.
And and I had nothing to do with none of this. I come into this, I'm like, what is this background? And all I know is that I was scolded about that Hackwright put a lot of time into everything. And let me tell you something. Nobody's more grateful to Hackwright than me. But let me tell you something. Hackwright don't run Catalano TV. Joe Catalano runs it. You understand? And that's the other thing that people didn't understand. Nobody runs my channel. Jason and Lou has sent me things. Hackwright said, and my suggestion was, let's pick the best out of everything from everybody. And let's alter them every other day. We'll use Jason stuff. We'll use stuff that, or we'll use for the background. We'll use some Lou's stuff, or we'll use some of Hackwright. We'll use Jason stuff for the thumbnail. Let's find the best out of everything and pick the best out of it, because you're not going to be 100% liking everything, or you're going to want to pick the best. And that's what I wanted to do, in all fairness, and give them the recognition of the people that did that. And let's showcase everybody we can and promote. It's like last night. I said, don't forget to go over to JBX tonight, and I promoted Jason. It's like he does it with me. It's like we do it with Lou. We're all, and I seem like he wanted to be a one-man army and tell me what to do. Personally, I know Lou has made this comment many times. I don't like works. Works don't work unless you are skilled at it. Am I correct, Lou?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just like anything.
You just can't do works all the time. I don't want to be called as a channel of works. Then it takes out everything of the meaning of any. All right.
Kahuna won't be on. He's at work. I'm working. Joey knows
what I said.
Work for 2 weeks.
Tell him that and reply back that the fans were calling for him. I already said don't send him a link because he was working, and that is correct. So you see, you just heard Lou get the reply. He doesn't want to come on because he's working. Like I said, you guys start up more stuff. Here's the problem. It's like when someone gave me a message to give to Shuli, and I went to Shuli. Shuli looked at me and says, we can't please everybody, buddy, can we? We just know that the 300 people that are here in this room are all satisfied. Because Shuli at many times in the break would stand up and say, are we having a 100% good time here with everybody? Is everybody enjoying? Is everybody in a positive? And everybody said yes. So it didn't matter what any of you said, that we're not paying the $30 to watch that we're not there. They didn't care. They cared about the 300 people. That's what the problem is with the chat rooms, is that they think they can run everything they want to run. If you weren't there at DabbleCon 2, nobody was listening to anything you were saying. I promise you. I promise you that. The concern was what was in the building. That's a fact. That's coming from the bigger shows. So it goes to show that people need to know their place. They really do. They really need to know their place. And it's a sad thing. But again, I hope we address this finally.
And like I asked
Go
you
ahead,
yesterday,
Lou.
because we had a Kahuna in the chat. Kahuna still has his wrench, correct?
Uh-oh.
What was that? I'm sorry, Lou. I didn't hear that.
Kahuna still has his wrench. You never took his YouTube wrench away, right?
Kahuna has his wrench, yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
that's
he
a
does.
fake Kahuna in the chat.
That's a fake Kahuna in the chat. Kahuna has his wrench. Rochi, we're not working together. We work together in the show. I'm seat number 1. He was seat number 2. But all that has happened, he booked his work because he thought he was fired. Okay? I had not fired Kahuna. I did, in all fairness to him, I told him to think hard what I said to him. If he didn't go on there and talk about the $200, whatever was the last time he was on, and tell the truth that he never sent it, I would replace him with Lou. I did make that statement to him. And he said that all I said was he was fired and Lou was coming out. That's not true.
Yeah, he sent me a message. He sent me a message.
Further notice, don't mention me, because then people run with it. Make your decisions behind the scenes, because now it's like, oh,
exactly. Well, it was behind the scenes. It was behind the scenes when I talked to Kahuna.
I'm happy with us on our Wednesday.
Oh, that guy's got a big face.
That's correct. Which will be coming to Catalano TV. Lou will be back. And Lou and I talked about this. Lou said as long as the 2:30 show, which we started on Lou's channel, Jason. Now, here's another thing that we would talk privately, but I don't. The only reason I didn't say Jason should come on and give full time to the Alpha Shotla, because Jason has his own channel. He's got his own creativity. I didn't want to take away from that. But as far as the chemistry with Mr. C, Jason would be a likely candidate to step into that spot because of the chemistry with him and Mr. C, the brotherly sister chemistry that they have, the childhood thing they have. So it would make sense. But I was not thinking selfish for myself. I was thinking that, well, Jason's got his own channel. Get out of here, you bumblebee. Whoa. Bumblebee's trying to attack me, boys.
Bumblebee's attacking.
Hey, it's good luck.
It was almost like Stuttering John in the continent.
Oh, man. So,
So that's it. But I mean, in all fairness, and Lewis,
now I'm a grifter.
I trust. Oh, whatever, Lou. You're not a grifter, and they can say whatever they want.
Drop your cash app. You got a link. Drop your cash app.
Yeah, right. Oh shit! I can't. I don't have access to the banner yet. Once I get access to the banner, don't worry. I'll add it. I'll add my Venmo and my Cash App.
Put it in the chat right now. Put it in the chat right now. Put it in the chat.
I'm far from a selfish man.
He's so sweet.
I want my friend. Yeah, but that's a fake Kahuna in the chat room.
Pretty amazing.
The real Kahuna has a wrench.
Trip.
So, Joey, what did Kahuna say that? Okay, I'm not answering no more questions for PSP about if PSP don't stop about this because he's trolling us with this $200 thing. He's trying to fire me up. PSP, you're done. You're shut down with this $200 thing. It's old and tired. Okay, so just stop. Just stop. It's not going to work no more. But my friends are my friends, and my friends will prosper if I prosper. I'm not a stingy man. I will share the wealth. What did Fern Dog say?
I will share the wealth, even though I've never experienced wealth before.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm not
brother.
He's right. I like Fern Dog. Fern Dog knows what he's talking about. He's a fan. He's a loyal fan. He's a friend. And you're right. We need counseling. I mean, we need couples counseling. It's like we got married and now we're separated.
If you two can work things out, I think going forward, just don't do no more bits. The bitch is what's causing you two to get into a lot of fights.
Correct. Thank you, Lou. And Lou and I, we wanted to announce it with a big party that we were bringing Lou over for the afternoon show and going to go to twice a week. But now it's the cat's out of the bag. So we will gradually, I guess we'll just start getting ready for the two a week with Lou. I guess we'll get ready for it and start bringing it over. We might as well do that. It's already out of the bag.
Lou
as far as Jason,
2 tons of fun.
If Kahuna, it just works out where he comes back to just a morning show. Jason, if he has the time and is willing to do that, based on the chemistry, and I think he'll do anything with Mrs. C. I believe that the bond is so strong. But Jason's got a full plate on his. That's the only reason I suggested that Jason get a link every day and come in when he wanted to. And Bobby Nick did it, but Lou pointed out that
Jason shot is 2 nights a week at the present moment. Hopefully, we can make that a three-day a week show. And
back to it,
Jason can do that the 3 days and be done by 11:30.
Right.
Keep it at an hour tops, and still do his show.
Which was what Mrs. C likes to do. She likes to keep it at an hour and a half show. If it comes on at 10 o'clock and they're done by 11:30, that gives the hour and a half for the Alpha Shot Lounge, which I think an hour and a half is what it needs to go. She likes to do it like an hour and 15 minutes, but an hour and a half gives Jason time to make his switch over, and then it all works. See, you guys don't understand. We all got together, and it's all about being in the same circle, about bouncing off each other. So we have to be considerate for each other. Jason sends links to us every day. Don't mean we take the link every day. We're busy, but it's there. The same thing we want to do for him. Give him the opportunity. Here's the link. If you're not busy, come in. But if he can commit, if he wants to commit to that, I think that's the chemistry for the Alpha Shot Lounge. No, let's not. We cannot think that we're throwing Spider out of it because he is the co-founder of the Alpha Shot Lounge.
He's just got to wait for his baseball season to be over, which is almost soon.
That's it. And then,
since his team is in last
he'll
place,
come back to.
Yeah, he's got to come back now. He's a central part. I mean, he's a flavor. He's a flavor of the show. He's like
Dr. Chow has an interesting point here. He's replying to Mason. Mason, Kahuna has outgrown the second chair. Maybe Kahuna runs his own program on Catalano TV going forward. Lots of decisions to be made. That could be something you guys can discuss.
I mean, yeah.
Right. We met Sandy Lyle. Sandy Lyle, we met. Great guy. We met a lot of the people that are in the chat when Work did come up to us and did introduce himself. And we had a ball. Sandy Lyle was great. Bukaki. The Bukaki was there. He came up to us. It was great. A lot of great people. I'm going to tell you, Kiki Cat, a local, I had a blast with him at the ballpark. Grant, which I'm going to have Grant on later on in the week, like Thursday or Friday, as a guest on the morning show. Where that's Grant Heemberger is Carl's brother. And his first thing to me was, I don't talk about Carl if you're bringing me on to the. And Carl was right there, and Carl's laughing. He goes, no, I think if I want Carl, I'll ask Carl to come on and talk about Carl. And he goes, that's right, Joey, see? And Carl, let me tell you something about Carl Heemberger. Carl Heemberger is a gem of a gem. If you get to know Carl Heemberger and his family, let me tell you, he's the one person in this Alvarez that has never said one negative thing about me. He's a great person. He's a great friend. And I will be going to Detroit in October with them as a fan. And I will continue this to promote the channel. I think
real big.
DabbleCon 2 was a success.
Yeah, he's a
I had people come up to me and say, your standing ovation was outstanding. The way you handled it by not taking it too far, you stood up like you're supposed to. You waved to everybody. You sat back down. You knew the show wasn't about you, and the show proceeded right as it flowed. Bob Levy put it. The timing was impeccable. You got up at the right time and put your hand out to everybody. You got a standing ovation, and you sat down and kept quiet the rest of the show and enjoyed the show the way I'm supposed to. I'm not supposed to make the show about me from that point on because it wasn't. It was Bob Levy who was gracious enough because he loves the shit out of me and I love the shit out of him. Gave me my moment. I was grateful for that.
And
that's where it stopped. And that's why the weekend and why I think we won over a lot of people. They saw me in the flesh being humble, that I really am a nice guy. Mrs. C is really a nice woman. Spider, they all loved him. And it was great. I mean, it was just great. So I definitely would say it was a success coming here. Look at where we're at. A great. Go ahead.
Some of the clips I saw of Spider, he felt like a fish out of water.
Yes. I'm going to tell you.
For that hot take,
I
Daddy.
promised him I would. He got very. Certain people came up to him and they wanted to give him a hug. They wanted to give him a hug. Deadpool, good morning. I don't know if you texted me this morning. Did you get out of there in time? Did you leave at 4 or 5 in the morning? How's your trip going, Deadpool? I was worried about you, making sure you're on the road safe. You're a great person, Deadpool. I spent a lot of time with Deadpool. That man is a gem of a gem, a gentleman of a gentleman. I had a wonderful lunch with him, and that's all I can tell you about him. He's a great person, and I love him.
Right? He makes the world go round.
He makes the world. He is a man that you want to just sit and talk. He's a normal person. He's so down to earth. He's a good person. I love the guy, and he made me feel very good. That's all I'm going to say. He made us, me and my wife at Spider, feel very good the entire trip. A gem of a gem. That's all I'm going to say. Let us know when you get home there, Deadpool. Please just hit us a text that you made it safe, and we'll do the same to you. So.
Okay, so Deadpool has replied. LOL, I ended up watching JBX and didn't leave until 8 this morning.
Okay, all right, okay.
It's your fault, Jason.
Fair enough.
You kept Deadpool up all night.
Yeah, you kept Deadpool out of. You kept him 4 hours behind schedule there, JBX.
I can't believe he's in my chat sometimes. Sometimes I see him in the chat. I'm like, shit, Deadpool's in my chat.
All right, everybody.
Dog, he loves you. Trust me, we had a nice conversation. He thinks the world of you, buddy. He loves the people he loves.
Enough on the
He will
Deadpool
be a
fucking
friend.
ball washing.
And it's just the being a friend part. Just being the friend part, you understand, is the most important thing. You understand? It's just him.
Had a baby, Taylor.
When you get to experience to be in the same room with him, which I'm sure will happen in the future, you'll see exactly what I mean. You'll be overwhelmed how he is just like you and I, buddy. Yeah. He's just he's just a great human being. And I was just grateful that he was there to be a friend the way he was. Great guy. Now, he was giving out $1 million bills at the end. I didn't bring mine. It's in the car. He was giving out these $1 million bills. It was a bill, a crisp $1 million bill he was giving out to certain people. So I was one of the people that got one of them. They're awesome. I'll show it tomorrow.
Send a picture of that. I'll make
yes, I will. And I will. It was awesome, and he's a great. President Vito Bandito's here. Joey, obviously, Kahuna tried to take advantage of you, saying I better get a king size bed. And hey, listen, I offered my room. I offered it to several people. I offered a man, and I'm gonna tell you something. A man came up to me. This is what he said. He goes, "Hi, I'm the guy that you're supposed to drive 6 hours down the road to New Jersey. Is that ride still available?" I said, "Yes." I go, "But I wasn't aware. But 6 hours. I told you I would do." And he came up to me, he goes, "I don't need a ride, sir. My car's right there. I wanted to see if you were full of shit or you were really giving me kindness from your heart." And he said, the kindness you showed me, that you were willing to take me back and forth to New Jersey, not knowing who I was, showed me what kind of character you have. And I came here to meet you, sir." And he shook my hand.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
That sounds like bullshit.
That's freaking intense.
And I would have picked that man up and took him home, but he was testing me to see if I'm as nice of a guy as I claim I am to be.
Did he know you from
Joey
the shows?
Good feller.
Yes, he a lot of people know him. I'm not going to put him out there because he's one of them chatters that 50-50. They love him and they hate him.
Okay, he's a chatter.
So, even at the place, he told me, "Don't address me by my screen name. Address me as Jim."
Oh,
right.
So we addressed him as Jim when we introduced him to people, or was talking with other people. So that's we respected his wishes. We will not say who he was, but he tested me because he's heard me from the beginning, and he was one of them guys that was on the border. Is Joey C full of shit, or is he really a nice guy?
Joey, that is.
And he tested it, and he said the act of kindness that I was willing to do that showed him everything about my character, and he thanked me. And let me tell you something. This guy is a gem of a gem. He's a Shuli chatter most of the time, and he knows who I am. And I showed him I'm down to earth. I would have drove that man all the way home. I don't care if it would have took me 6 hours out of the way. If I made the promise, I will fulfill that. You know what I'm saying?
You'd have been
and
fine.
it probably wouldn't have.
Probably.
Yeah, it's on the way back. You're gonna go.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have took you out of the way to take him to wherever he needed to go in Jersey, but other than that, you're gonna go through Jersey on your way back.
Correct. Here's my whole thing.
It's still a pain in the ass, though. Most people won't do it.
I would have done it because it don't matter to me. Let's face it. And let's not sugarcoat nothing here. My entire way here was paid for by certain individuals. You understand?
Right.
That's right, Joey.
I begged. I done everything I can. I'm still begging. I'm still going to be begging all the way home. You understand?
Right.
It is what it is. Call me a grifter. Call me a beggar. Call me an Aaron Imholt. I'm the new Aaron Imholt. The last thing I read from people yesterday.
Really?
Pretty bold statement, Joey.
We got to put a stop to that.
Well, you see, with me, I don't care what they think of me because I'm not going to change. I don't change my personality for nobody. And now people want me to do a trip a week. Well, that's fine, but just be prepared for the begging, and that's what's going to be. I'm going to grip and beg. You want me on the trip? I got to rent cars.
Jesus
you want
Christ.
me to go in my busted van with no AC? I'll be glad to do that too. You understand?
Yeah, I don't think the van
will get far.
We got to get it.
Well, the van will get far. Yeah, we got to get AC for the van. I'll go get a motorhome. I'll find me an old 1975 motorhome with a sound motor and fix it up. And I'll grift for you guys to pay for the entire thing to be fixed up. I'm not going to lie. I'll tell you up front right now. You know.
Deadpool was asking,
No
"Oh
shit.
no, you didn't headbutt Miss C, did you?"
Yeah, that story. Another whopper.
Who did? Oh no, you did. No, I did not. Did you? No, I did not headbutt her.
Based
Did I
on a
accidentally?
movie or
I
some
might have
TV show you've
accidentally.
seen.
I don't
Everything
remember.
he's ever done has come
I think
from
we were.
bits
I think
and
we were. I
pieces
was leaning in for a kiss, and I accidentally headbutted her. I think I might have. I don't know. I don't think I did purpose. I would never do that purposely. I think we were
Dr.
leaning in
Chow
for a
wants
kiss.
to see some
sister
baseball
without
stuff.
class.
All right, Dr. Chow, let's go around and walk around the town. The goal is we still need about, realistic, to make sure we get all the way home to our door. We need about $300 more, and we have what we have left in the account. I'm about $250 in the account left, and $300 would get us home. We're gonna need about 5-6 tanks of gas. I still have to take Spider home. I still have to have two more meals today, and got to feed the kid. He is skinny. He is a buck wet. This kid's legs are the size of my pinky. I mean, that's how skinny he is. That's the size of his legs. You know, I feel for the kid.
It's all dick weight.
Yeah, well, now, from what I understand, now you got to remember, he was going to be my son-in-law. I heard he was hung like a horse.
Oh,
I heard that about him. I did hear that about him. He was engaged to my daughter at one time, so. You know,
hung like a horse, Chad.
Dad
Feed on that, Chad. Feed on
like
it.
a horse. Woo, that's a good.
That I do know to
mother-daughter
be that players do that.
Oh,
He is pretty well hung, so.
It's always the quiet ones, Joey.
Like you just said.
Spider armor is pretty well hung.
It's always the quiet ones. It's always the quiet ones.
Can you imagine as small as he is? You just made a statement. He's all dick.
Yeah,
I guess he
Yeah,
is.
it's all dick.
You know?
He is 100% dick.
Pretty sad. He has no shame.
Wow.
If he's, that's what balances him out. If you took it away.
Okay, he broke up. Burn Dog says big dick energy. It's always the quiet, skinny ones.
It's always the quiet, skinny ones.
And Big Boss says Kahuna and
Thanks,
Joey
sir.
should work
We
this
got-
out for sumo.
Yeah. Good job.
Fuck is going on?
Find a spot where you can just chill for a minute, Joey, because
Yeah.
you're coming in like a roboto.
Yeah, you sung the whole chorus.
Gaseous. Skinny guys be flopping like a floorboard. Yeah, Dr. Chow, walking around wasn't a good idea.
Maybe our travel trailer.
Oh,
Can we
Lieutenant
find a
Thomas Lee Home.
1975 trailer like this?
Yes, just take it, Joey. Let's do it. Just go.
Miss C is at the Hall of Fame. Fighter.
Dr. Chow.
Waiting for us? All right, what time have we got here? We are 4 minutes in. I want to wrap this up in 4 minutes. So let's show Dr. Chow a few things.
Okay, I don't know if we can do this. We're going to try, Dr. Chow. Bear with us here, obviously.
Here we go. This is the new, we already showed this. I don't know if Dr. Chow saw this. Here's the new inductee.
Oh,
Now we
shit.
lost him.
And we lost him. Let me get on camera. Dude,
All right. Let's go back to
because smoking, you know, he didn't want me to
over at
smoke.
Heel toe, shall we,
On camera,
friend?
or was that just Kai's rules because he was a stick in the
Might have
mud?
been Kai's rules. I don't think.
Yeah. 'Cause how is that a bad thing if I smoke? Jesus Christ!
It's smoking a cigarette, just in
I
something.
know I'm
brown.
smoking a cigarette. Actually, you know what? It's totally you can buy it at a smoke shop, and you don't even need that fucking card. Quite.
Bear with me, guys.
they're bored and they need something to focus on. And you happen
There
to be
we
that.
go.
Do not let people who feel that way have power over you. That's fucking ridiculous. That's silly shit. None of these people matter. They're not going to be there when you fall. They're not going to be there when you're flying high. They don't matter. Take care of yourself and the people around you. Don't give a fuck about anybody else. Lost Chaos Synthesizer says, yeah, you can get the warrant thrown out and it all goes away, fruit of the poisonous tree. Right, but there has not been one legal expert who said that warrant isn't rock solid. It just is. I mean, give it a shot. I get it. Sam Show says, Nick, don't take Aaron's advice. He hates you. Go to trial. You can beat this, buddy. No.
All right,
no.
good.
You just
good.
want that because you want to see. You just want bad shit to happen to the guy. I really don't. We were we were friends for a fucked up reason, but there's power in redemption. There's power in forgiveness. There's power in I'm sorry I fucked up. And like as much of a lying narcissist as he is, how crazy would it be to see someone like that change? How inspirational could that be to see someone walk that back from the brink and overcome those toxic personality traits and figure shit out at 43, 42, 43 years old? To figure that shit out, that would be inspirational. It really would.
This fucking dude needs to take a quick look.
Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Nick will 1,000% take an Alfred. They're not going to offer an Alfred plea. That's very rare, especially in Minnesota. With crazy conditions and then grift off the back of not actually pleading guilty. I don't think that's going to happen. Citizen M says, you underestimate the smugness of Rekieta. I cannot wait to go shock and awe on this motherfucker. Oh, shit. Citizen M is planning some stuff. Sam Show says, Aaron, stop ruining potential content for me, you dick.
Yeah,
I know.
Too,
like,
Aaron,
I tell people, I'm like, he's going to plead guilty and he'll get a deferred thing. And they're like, no, Aaron, stop. McBuster goes, no, we want him to fight it. Shh. I'm sorry.
Watch, nothing's going to happen. A big
with a dollar
Nick,
says, for such a righteous Bible
break
thumper
off in Aaron's
like
ass
you,
in a bad
have you been
way.
in a church since Spicer where the pastor lectured you guys about cheating on your partners? No, I've been in churches, well, at church multiple times, but I haven't gotten a lecture about being a swinging cunt bag. That pastor might as well have just, that pastor, when he was talking about us being shitbags right there while we were in church, he might as well have walked up to our pew, put his hand on the back of it where I was sitting, and just started giving the lecture. It would have been really just the same.
You told him all about it, Aaron. That's the reason why you
discovery hits.
fucking
He's going to
dipshit.
try and discredit a lot of shit, and you're part of it. If he's vindictive enough, he can drag you back into it easily, and you'll end up with a conspiracy charge. I am willing to, as long as I just tell the truth, whatever consequences come from that,
Tell the truth.
That's part of paying.
You've
for
been
your
lying
past.
thus far.
Part
So
of getting
what?
better in the future is
what's gonna
refusing to run
change?
from your past. Just confronting it, staring it in the face, and going, okay, let me know what this cost me, and then I'll move on with my life. That's it. King of all Yetis says
You
are
deserved
so
it. I'm
fucking stupid,
serving
Aaron.
for you,
That's
mean
he's
little
right.
sucker.
Let's not get worked up here. He is not wrong. But I need to know why. Do yourself a favor and Google Minnesota sentencing buildings and how much time convicts actually do every year given in sentence. It's not year for year, you asshat. No, I know. If you get 10 years, you're doing like 4. I understand that. Atomic Ray says you lay down wires for Johnny to trip on. Is that really moving on with your life? I don't do that. I don't put wires
Victoria's
down for
on
Johnny
the
to
permanent
trip
block
on.
list. They see her and boom.
I don't. Nana's Clam says, haha, scam mortgage application. That would fucking rule. I don't believe that's happening. J-Bra says Nick's probably going to go to death row. Records? Ooh. You know, if you go to jail, you can make a rap album.
Well played,
That's the
Dela.
rule.
Well played.
Bone Cold Fleas Austin says Nick needs to watch Wolf of Wall Street and learn this is a Grenada. Yeah, it is kind of a Grenada. I don't know. Sam Show says Nick will take the deal and people will roast him for not actually fighting the government like he said. He'll come up with goofy excuses as to why he was going to lose anyway. I mean, whatever. I think the honest answer that would actually be really commendable would be, I took the deal. Here's a mature way to handle it. You don't do this slave to the government or licking boots shit. That's high schooler shit. What you do is you're an adult and you go, I wanted to be there for my children. I want to make a go at changing. I want to be a different person. I want to do better. And if I fought this, I could have lost time with my kids. And I don't want to do that. I pled guilty. I'm taking responsibility. And as long as I stay on the straight and narrow, everything should be fine.
Well, way to keep the interaction
how is that
going right here, guys.
That's a W.
I do
That's
appreciate
a win in
all chatting.
Who cares what the fucking internet says? Don't worry about it. Do what's best for you.
Interacting in the chat and everything.
Lander says Nick will end up with probation and probably supervised visitation with his kids before the state returns.
Even if you ain't saying nothing important.
If you look, man, if you are sorry for what you did and you admit what you did, they really are pretty lenient. Sam Show says, you weren't friends, Aaron. Nick doesn't have friends. He has tools. Fair. Yeah, I heard he turned on his buddy Drexel. I never met Drexel. But yeah, he turned on him apparently and was saying that he's being gay and he thinks I lied to him and this and that. I do know that all I know is what Kayla told me about Drexel. And I think those rumors about Kayla and Drexel are really gross, by the way. And in my opinion, not true. But yeah, she used to tell me stories about how, the kids loved Drex and one of the youngest kids would like, sit by Drex on the couch, cuddle with Drex. He liked her Uncle Drexel, he was really sweet. And it's too bad that Nick can't take any criticism or someone or a friend saying, hey, I feel like you lied to me.
Wow.
And he has to burn that bridge.
Aaron.
That's too bad, man. Because your friend's telling you, like when a friend tells you that you
hurt
them
a friend, you told
or
them
that you lied to them, you really should try to understand how difficult that is for that person to say that, and that there's probably something there. Their feelings are valid. Then again, man, if I ever told April or Nick or anyone that I feel like they hurt me or they did something wrong, they would flip it and they would spin it. So that's kind of in their personalities. But if a guy who came to your house and hung out with you, if he says, I feel like you lied to me, man, you really fucked me up, you should find out why, because apologizing is going to be easy. I remember a cousin of mine, when I was making good with my family again, while I was getting divorced, I told him, dude, I fucked up with so many people who tried to warn me. And they tried to, I see now that they just cared about me and they thought this was a bad fit and whatever. And now I have to try and apologize to those people. And I remember him telling me, he just put his hand on my shoulder and said, do you have any idea how easy that's going to be?
Very limited playbook, Dale.
A lot of times when you hurt people, that apology is the thing that they've been crying over and begging for like the whole time. There are people in my life where if they said they're sorry, they hurt me, I'd fucking I'd bawl. If April came to me and said, I'm really sorry I hurt you, and I know that we'll never see each other again and that this is all over, it was bad, but I'm really sorry that I hurt you, I'd fucking lose it. As far as I've come and as well as I'm doing, if I heard that, I'd fucking bawl, because that's all I wanted to hear. Through drugs and everything else, all I wanted to hear was, your anguish is valid and I'm sorry. That's all I wanted. Dead Game says Nick's dad obviously never beat that little bastard with a book. Well, a lot of people's dads,
but he's a good guy,
didn't beat them with a book. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There might be a lot of people in the chat going, wait, what? They didn't? I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to fuck you up.
I didn't mean to turn you on.
King of All Yeti says 10 years is like a year and a half. Is it? Maybe you know better than I do, because I don't know. J. Brock Contrarian says April tried killing
son
Johnny.
of a gun.
What
nice to see you, buddy. Thanks for coming in.
No, not at all. This idea that I put wires down on stage to trip Johnny is just simply not true. And it's too bad that he's on vacation, or he could attest to this. Dead Game says Nick gets 5 years probation and a fine. Bet me $50 friendly wager. Well, I'm not going to bet you, because I would agree with that. 5 years probation with a stayed sentence. There's going to be a jail sentence attached to that, prison sentence attached. if he violates.
Yeah, that's exactly
5 years and a
right.
fine. I'd agree.
He dumped him
I think that's probably
over
accurate.
a girl.
Probation includes drug tests. Poor Nick. Well, yeah, I mean, that's part of it. Citizen M says, Nick's going to say I pleaded guilty so I could prevent losing time with my children. He's going to claim his innocence everywhere but court. Cocktiff says, as much as I hate Rumble, much cooler chat, the Melton unemployables and unfuckables are in YouTube every day. Well, they love me. I'm their fucking internet daddy. They can't go away from me.
Internet
they have
daddy.
to watch. I mean, our goal's been knocked out. We're $10 into tomorrow already. They're just watching us sit back and have a good time.
How the hell did he get the goal?
With each other.
Who crushed
Nana's
him?
Clam says, you heard it here. Aaron and April are getting back together. No. I think toxic for both. That's what I say. You're toxic for both of us. I think April wanted to be a part of the life I had. And I think I wanted
that explains my losing streak then.
And I think we
I'm
tried to build
YouTube,
something
so I'm
around that. I
unfuckable.
think we did a lot of
Thank you,
mirroring each
Jesus.
other and shit like that. And eventually that falls apart. Her personality doesn't click with what I'm looking for. My
50
personality
gifted,
doesn't
damn.
click with what she's looking for. And that got toxic. That got really fucking toxic. And believe me, I don't think she was happy either. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I was fucking miserable and she's this and she's I'm sure she
Anybody we know, or was it another
and
one
that's
of those?
good that you
unique
split up.
new
That's
names?
good that you don't see each other ever again. By the way, somebody pointed out, because someone mentioned Patrick Welsh in the chat. I heard that Patrick Welsh was interested in doing a show on our channel again, like he used to do on Thursdays. Holy shit, that would be kind of it. That's something I'd be interested in talking about for sure. Death Beholden says Johnny should make a vacation video. It's just him hitting his dad pen in different places going, yup. People criticize Johnny for ripping that pen and, getting high and all that shit. But like, I think there's pain management that goes with that, in my opinion. King Kong Gong says, I heard April tried pushing Johnny down the stairs because the only way to get rid of crutches is death in her mind. Jesus. Some of this other stuff, I can't read it. King of All Yetis says, Dead Game is spot on. It's called a deferred sentence. He will probably fuck that up, though. The probation and parole guidelines are intentionally made for you to fuck up. Well, if you're using, yeah, it is. $1 from Buffalo Jockey says Aaron tried to kill Johnny
evil,
so he could lower
Dela,
the goal.
but I love it.
He was afraid he'd get sued if he fired a cripple. Oh, man. No, Aaron, he's going to get 9 years probation, 8 table dancers, 7 packs of Redmond, 6 cans of Spam, 5 flannel shirts, 4 Big Mud tires, 3 shotgun shells, 2 hunting dogs, and some parts to a Mustang GT. Thank you.
Boo. Boo.
Poodles of Toodles says, don't put Patrick Welch through this shit. Okay, I won't. I promise. I won't put Patrick Welch through this shit. All right, guys, thank you very much. You're already $10 into tonight. We appreciate all your help and love. Boy, we do a story and then we go into chat. You guys can really get us off on some tangents, can't you? Some really interesting Paul sent in $1.99 back when we were still $5 short for today. He sent in $1.99 and said, "Sweat, piggy." Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. God, they talk funny.
Atomic Ray says, I'm not right, network. Just when you thought the divorces were over. Sammy O says, did you see Jesse Ventura's comment on Harris becoming president? No, I did not. If you have a link, I'm all ears. I will take a look at it. Oh, I thought this story was funny. People are really angry about this. They're really upset. The story is Steel Toe hit the goal again. No. This televangelist, Keith Moore. By the way, these televangelists keep popping up, and all of them are like multi-millionaires. Like you'd think we'd run out of people to have mega churches at some point, but you keep looking up these people. Like, I've never heard of Keith Moore in my life, but you look up Keith Moore net worth, and it's probably like $50 million. All of these mega church pastors, just filthy fucking rich. Keith Moore net worth?
No, the memberships never went to the goal
not,
before.
All right, so he's not, what's his name, Osteen levels yet. Is Osteen worth $100 million? Joel Osteen net worth $110 million for Osteen. Fuck. What's our boy Creflo Dollar got? For old Creflo. Attaboy. He lives in a $10.5 million home. How about that? What if you had a $10.5 million home paid for? And let's say outside of your home, you were worth like $30 million. And then you just lost $30 million. Like you just lost it. You went to zero. You went bankrupt. You could just sell that $10 million house, buy like a nice $750,000 house like here in Minnesota. It'd be beautiful. It'd be on a lake. It'd be spacious. You'd have acreage. It'd be great. And you'd still have $9 million. You're just rich again. It's fucking weird, man. Oh, and then these mega church pastors. Yeah, 383 Novocaine with $2. April apologizes to Aaron. Yup, they be fucking. No, thank you. I'm good. I will give the same answer she would probably give you. Never again. It's that time in my life is over. Dunzo. Osteen and his wife look like demons in every picture. Look for yourself. Well, let's do this Jesse Ventura thing. Then we'll talk about this Keith Moore guy who's buying another plane, I guess. Televangelist Keith Moore just purchased his third private jet for a cool $17.5 million. Well, here's the problem. So this Keith Moore may only be worth $5 million, but his ministry is tax-free because they can't take a profit. So you have to spend all your money. So people get on these mega church pastors. They're like, what a piece of shit, takes all this money from the congregation and buys jets and things like that. And I hate to defend these guys, but if people are going to throw that money in the hat every Sunday, you know, like every temple and every church and every synagogue does, if people are going to throw money in the hat, he has to spend the money. And like, if you're talking about him buying a third private jet for $17.5 million, you understand he could easily just take that $17.5 million and pay himself. And he could just pocket $17 million from his congregation. At least with the private jet, like he goes to engagements and what do you call them? Mission trips and shit like that. People get on televangelists, but it's kind of like, to me, it's like the scammer thing. Do you really blame
Aaron,
the scammer, or do you really blame the televangelist? Or do you blame the person who has free will and doesn't have to put $20 in the offering plate or $50 or $100 in the offering plate? Like, if you hate me, don't hate me. Hate the people who donate money to this show and knock out the goal an hour and a half before the show's even over. I can't do anything about that except do a charming, delightful, fun show. But as far as this Keith Moore guy goes, this might be an unpopular opinion. I don't blame Creflo Dollar for crowdfunding a jet. I don't blame Joel Osteen for being the piece of shit he is. The only problem I have is the smiliness and the niceness and the I'm aw shucks, just like you folks. I hate that shit.
That's exactly what Aaron does. Aw shucks, I'm just like you folks. I don't really have toe boots, and he's the furthest thing
any
from
problem with the mega pastor thing. It doesn't bother me. If people are going to give him money, and obviously the church has to spend that money. They can't pocket it. Got to buy something. Already got a big building. He buys another jet. Why not? Fanatical Bucks fan says, did you delete all the pictures of April from your phone yet? No. Those are all moments in time. Those are all things I did. And there's a lot of happy shit we did. Like I said, we were together for 4 years, 4.5. And I would say at least 3.5 of them were
he's missing her big
times, happy times. You have rough patches. Like, here's our problem. April and I were we were away. We're like,
yeah, he doesn't get
things
it.
That normal couples have, like setbacks or fights or anything that normal couples have. We acted like it was the end of the world. That's where I was That's where I fucked up in my relationship, and she was bad at that too. Was like fighting. If you were arguing about something or you were passionately against each other on something, oh, that has to mean that it's over. It's like, no, that's what people do. Like, you're going to have to do this a lot because you're in a relationship. And if it's going to last forever, you're going to have to fight with each other and be okay with it. So, yeah, we just weren't really good at that part. And a lot of other shit, like being faithful to one another. Sam Show says, the real question is, if everyone is happy, some people like that shit. It's weird. Yeah, like if everyone at the church is happy with what they're getting, and then the church has a shitload of money, like, who are we to go in and interfere and say they're pieces of shit or they're wrong or they're stupid? You know, if they like giving him money and that's what they do with the money and the church doesn't see a problem with it. I mean, if you have an issue with this guy buying this many jets, don't give his church any money. There you go. Why does a church need 3 private jets? How many people are flying at once? Yeah, Landers with a good point. Says, or being a man of faith, they could use the money to help the homeless and less fortunate. Yeah, Sam Show says, help the homeless. Pff, why? That's true. They could feed a shitload of hungry people. I mean, one of the things you could do with the generosity that your, not fans, what would you call them? Congregants give to you, bestow upon you. Silver Wolf says, I don't know who said it, but on the subject of pictures, they said, just get rid of the photos. They will only remind you of the happy times. No one pulls out a Kodak and says, hey, let's get a pic. I mean, maybe, but it's just, I mean, I don't go back and look at them. It's just, they exist. They're on my phone. And every day that you take more pictures and have more memories, those go further and further back.
Memories.
And they existed. And you did that.
You know,
it's not so bad to be reminded of that shit, too, because it was so bad. It broke me down as a person. It brought me back down to zero. It burned me down to my foundation. And from that rock, I built my church, as it were. So, I don't know. I don't want to get rid of those memories because they, it was ugly and it was nasty at the end, but like it got me to a place that I needed to be probably 6-7 years ago. Therapy should have come after my first divorce, honestly. And I would have never gotten in any of these positions. I should have been healthier then.
Yeah, marriage counseling doesn't work if you've got to go to that. Because your marriage is over. Don't waste your time.
Conspiracy time. April and Aaron are already back together. Ooh. That would make some people mad. Not like internet people. I mean, real life people. Sam Show says, help the homeless is just a virtue signal. Nobody actually fucking means that. Or nobody actually fucking means that. Therapy is gay. You know what you've done? Just don't. Duh. You know what? He's not wrong. He's not wrong about that. Someone writing in, why are you still friends with Nick on Facebook? I didn't know I was.
Because he wants to follow him and see his posts
a while back, but no, I didn't unfriend Nick apparently. Oh well. I don't think he really posts anything. Any feet pics of April, says Atomic Ray, asking for little Lemmy. I don't think Lemmy's interested. I have a feeling that you're speaking out of turn, sir. All right, let's get to this Jesse Ventura thing. So Jesse, who's sporting a shorter haircut nowadays, they asked him about Kamala Harris. And, Jesse has kind of turned into a bit of a Democrat in his old age. Jesse went from like almost Republican to independent to like weird conspiracy theorist libertarian. And now he's kind of like, since COVID, I've noticed Jesse's kind of settled on Democrat, I got the vaccine because I want to keep people safe. And the way you keep people safe is you get the
another
vaccine.
Jesse Ventura.
I love how this guy's like,
person.
You know, Jesse Ventura's whole thing was 9/11 didn't really happen. Prove to me it did. If I put a can of beans on a stove, why doesn't it melt the grates? Why doesn't the fire melt the grates and the beans fall down? And you're like, you fucking idiot, because that's not how it works.
Hey,
if 9/11 really happened, then where are all the hijackers? They're fucking dead, dude. Oh, yeah, that's what you would say if you were trying to run a conspiracy.
Morning,
so
Snake.
A plane runs into 2 buildings and everybody on board dies? Yeah. Likely story. So let's find out what Captain Conspiracy thinks of Kamala Harris, who, you know, I would think that a real conspiracy theorist would think to himself, oh, who's this woman working for? Is she a Soros person? Is she, you know, funded by dirty money? You know, let's see what Jesse Ventura, our all-knowing, all-wise conspiracy theorist, thinks about Kamala.
I'm going to be selfish. A few years ago, I got the opportunity to see the United States elect its first black president. I didn't think that could ever happen. And they even reelected him.
That's right. When I would wrestle Coco Beware and Junkyard Dog in 60-minute Broadways, I never thought that either of those guys could become president. Hell, you should have saw their working punches. They weren't even stiff. I thought, how's a black going to become a president if they can't even work in the ring? And I didn't work a snug. I wasn't Mark Calloway or anything. I just thought that Coco Beware could have laid him in there a little stiffer. That's all.
Well, now I'm going to be selfish again. I've only got a few elections to go. I'm 73 years old now, so the window's closing.
Shit. It's always depressing to listen to people talk about their own death. I'm 73. I'm going to die soon. Fuck, dude. Because that's bullshit, because then the rest of us start counting. All right, well, he's going to die soon. How much older is he than me? So do I have to say I'm going to die soon?
We hope so.
36 years, do I have to say I'm going to die soon? I don't want to do that because I'm 37. That means I've got more road behind me than I've got left to go, old friend. I'm 73 years old. I'm not going to eat yogurt like a queer. I don't have a lot of time left. I'm going to eat red meat and horse cock and hope for the best.
There was
I'm
another
ride
gay
this
thing.
thing
Good
until
job,
the
Aaron.
wheels fall off. If you think I'm going to eat a banana, you've got another thing coming. I'm 73 and I'm going to drop dead.
I want to be alive to see the first woman president of the United States of America.
Shut the
and the
fuck
first
up.
woman commander-in-chief, and we've got her right now.
Ew. In Joe Biden? Is that what he's trying? Is he trying to call Joe Biden a chick? Jesse fucking sucks now, man. I don't know if he's been getting estrogen injections. I don't know if Jesse, I don't know what happened, but Jesse fucking lost his zip, you know? Jesse started believing in, the system again, which is weird because Jesse's whole thing was
zero-sum in
they're
game, brother.
Crips and
Zero-sum in game.
They're gangs, only they wear Brooks Brothers suits instead of bandanas. See, I don't, he used to have that vibe to him. Now all of a sudden he's like, I'll vote for her because she's got a cunt. It went from you can't trust any of these fucking criminals. They're all trying to steal from us to does she have ovaries? She'll do. I like the fact that the other guy drank horse cum.
God.
I like that the other guy ingested semen. That's how you know you're a man. That takes balls. But I'll vote for Kamala because of her pussy.
Woo.
It's a bit much.
That was rough.
Landers says, Jesse is what happens when you watch too much she-male porn. Oh, well, thank you. Now I'll make sure I don't go down that road. Woo. Death Beholden says, yeah, I'm not going to elect someone who plans to die soon after his presidency. Well, Jesse's not running. So there's that. He's going to die before you finish this clip if you don't stop pausing every second, says Nana's Clams. Well, I mean, it's only what? It's only a 30-second clip. I got to get my shit in, yo. Sam Show says it's because he's old. He has no investment.
Being the
it's
key
all
word.
about what it looks like. Well, who just recently caught shit for saying that we shouldn't value the opinions and the votes of people who don't have a vested interest in the future? Wasn't it J.D. Vance with the blue-haired cat lady's comment?
Perhaps.
They're right. If you're old as shit, I mean, maybe at least if you've got kids and grandkids, you're like, look, I want to leave a decent world for them. So I'll do my best. But like, if you're Jesse, well, Jesse's got kids. But yeah, that idea of like, if you don't have any vested interest in how shit plays out, then why are you voting? Don't be a dick. I'm not saying we should take your right to vote away. I'd just like to see you do the right thing and stay the fuck out of it. Thanks. McBuster says, Jesse is hilarious. But if he goes Democrat, I'm paying Johnny to burn your Jesse Ventura dolls behind you. What? No. You can't burn those dolls. They're a collector's item.
No,
Silverwolf says, ever since we gave women the right to vote, the nation debt has been rising. Granted, it might not be related, but I'm not willing to take any more chances with women and power. Jeez. All right. Well, in fairness, men have certainly shown that they can give a nice jump start to the debt when they need to. I would put tits on Joe, too. That way he falls down a lot. Some bumpers would help with the dementia. I mean, concussions. Death Beholden says, the boomers burning it down as they die sounds about right. That's true. Jesse is being very true to his boomer roots. I'm going to vote for an absolute retard so I can say that I did. Cool. McBuster says, smash those Jesse Ventura dolls on your shelf now. No, I can't do that to Jesse. Sam Show says, kids, ever meet a boomer? Fuck my kids. That's pretty much it. Death Beholden says, the only time we will have deflation is when most of the boomers are gone. That's a good point, because I think that's why the Democrats are trying to allow so many illegals in to replace the boomers. And then they get mad when you talk about, you know, critical like replacement theory or whatever. But like, imagine how many houses are going to be open. The supply versus the demand of a bunch of shit, like just going away because the boomers have, you know, rotted off. He's right. We might see some deflation because of that. Benjamin Leviathan with 199 on YouTube says he hates Hulk because he's mad Hogan endorsed Trump.
Are boomers.
Yeah, that's what Atomic Ray says. Jesse is the Democrats' answer to Hogan. I saw Hogan endorsing Trump and I went, why don't you meet me at the DNC convention, you fucking coward, you chicken shit Hulk. Jesse hates Hulk because back in the day, it was either in the AWA or I think it was the WWE. Hulk Hogan or Jesse Ventura wanted the wrestlers to unionize, and Hulk Hogan ratted him out to Vince McMahon that he was trying to unionize and got him fired. Hulk fucking stooged Jesse out so hard,
Hulk
bro.
Did Aaron M. Hulk.
That's a knife in the gut right there. I guess Jesse says he asked Hulk if he would back him up. Good
one, Dela.
If Jesse tried to unionize, and Hulk said, yeah, I got your back, brother. I'm not going to stand in your way. And then fucking Jesse goes and starts unionizing and raising all kinds of shit. And, Vince is like, hey, come on, man. What the hell are you doing here? You're not going to unionize. And then Jesse's like, joke's on you, Vince. Hogan's got my back. And then Hogan just kind of peeks out from behind Vince's shoulder. You goddamn turncoat. Jesse Union Hulk Hogan. I want to see if we can find an interview on that. Oh, here we go.
We were completely on until I brought my lawsuit against Vince when I left him.
About the royalties and all that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And when I sued Vince, of course, we had to depose him. Well, let me regress a little. Right before WrestleMania 2 and right before I did Predator,
right,
I stood up in the dressing room and tried to unionize wrestling.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah. And there were nobody from the office there when I did it. I said, boys, now's our chance. All the publicity's gone out on WrestleMania 2. All we have to do is refuse to wrestle and go public and say we want federal, because it's federal law. We want union representation to come in. And what caused that, I was in Vegas, and I got on an elevator with Gene Upshaw. Remember, head of the NFL union?
Right.
I remember Big Gene looked at me, and all he said to me was, you boys need to unionize.
Imagine that. A union boss told guys that they need to unionize. I mean, that's like a mob guy saying you need to get into the business, you know?
And I said, I know, Gene. And so I made this spiel to the boys. I said, look, if we can do it, then we can get WCW to follow suit. if WCW's wrestlers will do what.
Yeah, they go to vote to unionization, and they're like, we've only got the WWF guys. There's no union. All of a sudden, you hear Tony Schiavone, oh, my God, it's Sting, and we've got a union. Fucking Ric Flair's music hits. That would be cool if every wrestler voted to their theme music. Like you just hear, bum, bum. Flair comes out in a robe, and you go, whoa, Teddy, we're going to be a union. Whoa. And just fucking, if they all gimmick the whole thing, that could be kind of fun. You could televise it, put it on pay-per-view. Put it in the fucking pension fund.
Look at Jesse's
perfect
lips.
Oh, goddamn, dude. That fucking carny business of pro wrestling, do you know how corrupt that would be? Do you know how corrupt that union would be? The first wrestler. Oh, and imagine how flush the pension fund would be with cash. You're paying into the union pension fund every year that you're doing pro wrestling, but these guys all die at like 45. So you're not paying out shit. So you got all these guys paying their union dues, all of them dying. The wrestlers who make it to like 60 and 70 are going to live like kings out of that pension fund.
Doing here, we can have a union. I made the big spiel. The next day, my phone rang. It was Vince. He came within an eyelash of firing me.
I was going to ask you, how much heat did you get for that?
The only thing that saved me, and the reason I did it, I had to quit Vince to do Predator. Vince wasn't going to let me do it.
That's one of my questions.
And I quit. I told him, well, then I quit. Because I said,
why would Vince not let Jesse do Predator? What wasn't Vince Jr.? Vince Jr. was the one who wanted Hulk Hogan to be able to do Rocky 3. It was his dad that fired Hulk for doing Rocky 3 because Vince's dad didn't understand how good for the company that was. I don't know. Like, I hear Jesse tell stories a lot of the time, and just my bullshit meter goes crazy. When Jesse starts telling stories, and I feel the same way towards Hulk Hogan, too. Like, when these guys start telling stories, I'm just like, I feel like you're kind of full of shit there, Jess.
Lie? Get the hell out of here.
Wrestling. I'll never get a chance to co-star with Arnold Schwarzenegger again. And so I went off and did Predator. And then when I came back to Vince, right? Because what happened was I went off 10 weeks to do Predator. Saturday Night Main Event got renewed for a second season, but NBC thought there'd be Jesse Ventura. There wasn't Jesse Ventura.
Oh, God. So now, see, like I said, my bullshit meter goes off like crazy because, like, Jesse was great and all, but in WWF, was he much more than like an upper mid-card guy? Like, he wasn't main event in I know he was like close to main event in AWA, but he wasn't main event in or am I wrong? He was before my time a little bit. We're talking about before I was born.
Yeah, sometimes you just shake your damn head.
I was born in late 86.
What the hell were they thinking?
A week before 87. So, like, maybe he was bigger than that. I don't know in the WWE, but my bullshit meter goes off big time with Jesse. They were going to renew Saturday night's main event, but then they found out I wasn't going to be there, and they got mad at Vince.
Was Bobby Heenan.
Right.
The heat came down from NBC. We bought this program with Jesse Ventura. Where the hell is he? Then Vince came back, and now the ball was in my court. And so when I came back from Predator, the first thing I did on the set of Predator, Schwarzenegger came up to me and said, Jesse, my next film this fall is going to be The Running Man. He said, there's a part in there you're perfect for. I would like you to do it. I said, great. So when I got back to the United States after Predator, before I even talked to Vince, I signed The Running Man that fall so I would have the ace in the hole.
I'm sorry, but like when Jesse tells stories, he's fucking Niccolo Machiavelli. Is this big dipshit wrestler really? All right. Okay. I wasn't there. He was. He's telling the truth. Jesse did some pretty big movies. I mean, Predator, Running Man, Demolition Man. Jesse's been.
What about Cooter?
Shit.
This way I could say to Vince, no.
Right.
Because I now had an acting career. And plus, when I did Predator, when I came back to Vince then, I said, Vince, you won't hear me bring up union anymore. He goes, really? Why not? I said, because I'm now a member of SAG. I got my union. I've got retirement. I've got medical benefits. I said, if these guys are too stupid to want it, I said, then let them deal with it. I got my union.
Well, yeah. And he does believe that Hogan stooged him out to Vince. That Hogan's the reason that the union thing never happened.
Morning, Lemmy.
Rex Star
Good
Perry
morning. Good
account says he was
morning.
announcing for
Nice
main
to
event.
see you, girl.
Back in the
Thank you for
mid
showing up.
80s, so he was already out of the ring by then? Fuck. Bigot on socialist media says, I'm sorry, but Heenan was a way better color commentator than Ventura. Ooh, man, I don't know. Gorilla
Because
Monsoon and Bobby Heenan, or Gorilla
fan,
Monsoon and Jesse
Victoria.
Ventura? That's
He's
a
just
close one, dude.
I don't know why.
Buffalo
What's the
Jockey says,
reason
you
would
mean
be?
you think the people that made a career out of telling stories would lie and make up untrue stories? Unlikely. Yeah, Nana's Clams, typical union guy. I don't give a fuck. I got mines, dickhead. Yeah. Jesse's like all in on like wrestling unionizing, gets a little bit of shit from Vince, gets a SAG-AFTRA card, and then goes, I don't need to unionize anymore. Fuck these other wrestlers. Like, that so makes it clear that you were in it for yourself and not like, I want to unionize for the boys. And then as soon as you get your SAG card, fuck these spandex wearing queers. They're on their own. It's just
spandex wearing queers.
Jesse kind of ratting himself out there a little bit. Landers says Jesse has always been a low-key commie. He only pulled the conspiracy angle because he knew it would sell. Dead Game says Minnesota let him be governor. What's that say? Well, that we really didn't want Skip Humphrey or Norm Coleman. I think those were our choices. Skip Humphrey and Norm Coleman. There we go. Death Beholden says, I mean, technically they should be part of SAG-AFTRA because it's all scripted and not real. I mean, technically they should, right? But then doesn't like Hollywood then has like a say in what wrestling does? That's stupid. Bigot on socialist media says, I just watched Ventura commentate in WCW in 93 saying he's annoyed
the people
about
who
all
watch
the women
show
hanging off him after
are
being in
wrestling
Demolition
morons
Man.
themselves. And
Demolition
they'll
Man was
continue on with this
93.
dialogue because,
That was like
I said, they're
96.
wrestling morons
When was
themselves.
Demolition Man made? Wow, October 8th, 1993. Holy shit. I thought that movie was newer than that. Well, fuck me for asking. Our state had 3 choices of shit for governor that year. Yep, that's exactly it. Again, it was Skip Humphrey, which was Hubert Humphrey's kid. Skip. We should have had Shannon Sharp running that year. He could have called him Skip. Skip, let me tell you why you're wrong on taxes, Skip. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, I know what to do with semen. I was a Navy SEAL. You give me that horse cum, you won't have to pump it out like you did Walls. It'll leak out of my pores naturally. I know how to handle cum. Fucking retard. I was so excited. I was like 11 years old when Jesse got elected governor, and man, I was so pumped for it, but it's just Jesse was Jesse. That's the best I can do for you. Jesse was Jesse, and he just did Jesse shit. And Jesse was more into
In shorts. He
kind
wears
of
like
parading
jeans,
himself
shorts,
in the
cut off
public
shorts,
than he was
cowboy
governing.
boots.
Although he didn't do a terrible job, he wasn't a bad governor. He ran for 4 years. He did do a thing where he was like, I said I would serve for 4 years and then I would be done. I'm
Great
not
point.
running for re-election. So he didn't. And I think his approval rating was enough to win a second term with, because you got to win more than a third of the vote. And I think his approval rating was like 40 when he left. It wasn't great, but in a 3-person race, he would have won. Michael with $5 via PayPal. Thank you very much. So we are $15 into tonight's goal. Thank you guys very much. We've knocked it out for today. And if you contribute anything else, we appreciate it, man. But it goes towards tonight. So if you want to help out the evening show, folks, feel free. Chevy Fan says Jesse's classic hit Ricochet with Denzel Washington. Fuck yeah, dude. I love Ricochet. That's one of my favorite Lithgow parts. One of my favorite Denzel, Kevin Pollak, Jesse Ventura's in it. A bunch of people. Who was the chick in that one too? There were quite a few people in that movie that were pretty good. It's a little campy. It's low budget. It's an HBO movie. Oh, Ice-T. Fuck. Ice-T is in it too. Yeah, where you going, PK? That means you're gay. Dick Kazinya says the way he confirms that Hogan dimed him out was during his lawsuit. He deposed Vince, and that was one of the first questions he was asked was who dimed him out about forming a union. Well, why would Hulk want a union? He was the top guy, and he was getting paid huge money. If they unionized, that meant more of the boys were going to get more money, and Hulk was going to get less. Money coming out of his pocket, man. Buffalo Jockey says you were 11 when he was elected. You really are old. I'm 37. Now I feel really old. I wasn't feeling really old today. I was feeling pretty good. It's been a great start to the week. You guys are chipping in. The show's going great. I got a morning off tomorrow to go, I feel good about tomorrow. I feel like I get to put something behind me and handle unfinished business. I like that. I'm really excited about tomorrow morning. I'm excited to get that all done. Dick Kazinya says Jesse, who learned who died. Oh, yeah, we just read that one. I'm sorry, buddy. King Kong Dong says, was Tim Pawlenty or whatever the fuck a good governor? Pawlenty was okay. I didn't mind Pawlenty. I'd rather have Pawlenty than Dayton or Walz. But Minnesota Republicans are all just kind of blah, stuffed suit, boring white dudes. They're not interesting. Whenever there's an interesting Republican in Minnesota, the Republicans avoid him like a plague. Like there was a metro area police chief, black dude. Got to play the, what do you call it? Got to play the identity politics a little bit. I think it was the police chief of Brooklyn Center or Brooklyn Park, one of the two. And he was running in the primary. And I'm just sitting there going, hey, Republicans, you've got a black guy from the metro area. How is this not your candidate? And they're like, we'll pick Scott Jensen, who's the most boring fucking, we get it. You don't like COVID. It's gay. All right. Change the station. Republicans love the boringest white guy you can find in Minnesota. Totally. Bigot on Socialist Media says WWF removed all Jesse commentary from their shows so they didn't have to pay Jesse more royalties. Oh, that's a dirty little bastard move. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says 30 is old. Fuck. Landers, I'm 41, Aaron. We're perfect for each other. Snowcat Tish says, does April have court tomorrow too? No, I have court tomorrow. Then I think Nick and Kayla have court on Wednesday. And then April has court a week from Wednesday. So I got to go and say, I'm sorry. I apologize. I did wrong. And looking forward to proving to you that I'm all better, that I'm a changed man. That's what I do tomorrow. I'm excited for it. That's called growth. When we admit our wrongdoings, there's nothing more embarrassing. And I've had to watch it up close as part of my life. Unfortunately, these last few months, there's nothing more embarrassing or frustrating than watching people have done wrong just sit there and pretend they haven't and not show any fucking growth whatsoever. It is really frustrating. It's hard when you're doing the work and you're going through really tough shit and you're slogging through it and you're accounting for it, you're auditing it, working it out. You know, as my therapist says, when you get sad or depressed or lonely or whatever, you talk to that person. Talk to them. Find out what they want. Find out, what their hang up is. You're not pushing it down with drugs or booze. You're not pretending you never did drugs or booze. You're not, because if you're in denial and you pretend you never did any of that shit just to impress other people, you're not growing as a person. You're not getting better. You're just trying to get away with shit so you can keep doing more of it. If you're truly done doing a certain thing, you can admit you did it, and now that part of you is gone now. So, when it comes to my thing tomorrow, I'm excited to just expose it, admit it, take my lumps, because I've gotten better as a human being. But yeah, it's as far as running away from feelings and thoughts about yourself and everything else, fucking dig in there. See what it's See what's going on and see what you can do about it. MSO says changed man that shirt. It's the only MSO is the only guy shitting on my shirt today. Now I feel bad. Snowcat Tish says, I thought April was part of HRO. She is, but this is just my opinion. This is just Aaron talking as Aaron. I'm not talking about anyone else. I think the person who's part of that HRO is just glad that person is gone. So they're not, really worried about that. April did get called on. The cops did get called on her once because of that HRO. But she was really apologetic and sorry and whatever, and nothing came of it. But it fucking stinks. But I think admitting it and moving on I think that's the best thing to do. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, it's nice you're showing growth as a human instead of just your tits for a change. Thank you. I appreciate that. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, I'm kind of shocked no one made a big thing out of Aaron saying he probably can't do more than 15 push-ups. Did I say that? I didn't say that. Did I? Fuck. I don't know how many push-ups I could do. I know I can plank for 2 minutes at a time. That dude, I had a plank.
Can he do 10 push-ups, you think?
And I lost twice. And the worst part is I was the one talking shit. Someone writing in the text, they're saying, wear your Amazon shirt tomorrow. I don't know if I have the balls. No, I'm going to wear a suit tomorrow. You dress nice for court. Always dress nice.
Oh, we got to see this.
I wanted to read this one. Oh, there you go. You ain't getting my money. You didn't see that hour-long video? Yes, somebody clipped out a bunch of shit, but that doesn't matter. It's the person who has the order that has to make the complaint. That's just internet people doing gay ops because they don't like me. It's another sign of their internet daddy just kind of occupying space in their head constantly. Snowcat Tish says, planking contest? Dude, it's not 2014. I know, but you start drinking and you start going, I need to work on my core. I got to plank more. And they're like, oh, how long can you plank? I'm like, I can go.
Yeah, I don't think he could do 10 push-ups, like, man.
Fuck you,
not
let's
your
do
dad,
it.
BC,
And then the next night, two nights later,
you can just
I say to that same person, I'm like, I want a rematch because I quit.
I don't think he could do 10.
Plank. I'll fuck you up. I lost again.
But that's impressive for your dad. That's for damn sure.
All right, fine. Here's the grossest part. To a chick. I lost the planking. That's not fair, though, because girls are small, right? I got a lot more weight to hold up, so I should almost get like a 2-to-1 thing, right? Yeah, I lost twice to a girl.
Yeah, he doesn't get that. That protection order thing is a big fucking deal, man. And
Buffalo Jockey says you should show the court you've grown as a human by wearing your Sock Rapids
just by
Batman
him having
costume to court.
Having one, that thing is going to stay on his record a long time. Thank you,
They'll
O.J.
know
Simpson.
that I'm taking everything seriously if I do that. Sam Show says, makes sense. Nobody is surprised. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, planking is good, but you can't just do regular ones. The side planks are really good. Oh, okay. So you know what? Thank you for the tip. I did read you're not supposed to do more than 3 2-minute planks in a day. It's considered overtraining. And that if you do 2 to 3 sets of 2-minute planks per day, you'll get a nice core. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding? So 6 minutes of doing fucking planking will give you a nice looking midsection. And my lazy fucking ass is too bad to do that. It's true, man. Being out of shape is a choice. It just
he's lighting the loafers.
Don't give me your fucking genetics. Don't give me anything like that. It's a choice. Like 6 minutes a day planking. That's it. And then you do that every day, 7 days a week, 6 minutes out of your day. And you could have a nice looking core and you don't do it. That, like I said, that's a choice. Approachable says between you and her tit size was probably smaller, but you should have gotten a handicap for how much bigger your gut is than hers. I know you guys are trying to defend me. It stings a little, though. King Kong Dong says, totally defending Aaron on this up until you said chick, but me and my buddies would get super hammered and started working out at 2 a.m. Yeah, Bigot on Socialist Media says, never even thought about side planking. Well, now you have. Yeah, you just start drinking and you're like, fuck you, dude. I can beat you in this. I can beat you in that. And you start fucking planking like an asshole, apparently. All right, let's get into let's get into some other things. Oh my God, we're just about at overtime. Thank you guys. I appreciate all your support. We will be back again tonight, by the way. Matt and I will be live. Got about 900 of you checking out the show right now. Wow, 900 to overtime. Thank you so much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I appreciate all of it. Glad you guys are here.
Wouldn't take much, would it, Dela?
We've talked about this Representative Nancy Mace before. She's the cute one, right? No, not if that's her. Holy shit. That better not be her. I always thought Nancy Mace was an attractive representative, but either way.
Good morning, Ingve, my brother. How are you?
Said Kamala Harris's name wrong, and I don't know if you know this, but the new talking point is that if you say Kamala Harris and you say Kamala, like the Ugandan giant versus Kamala, that apparently means you're racist. It's racist to say her name Kamala versus Kamala. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Somebody texting in, wear that suit that makes you look like a Republican. I will. I'll wear my Republican suit. The blue one? Does the light blue, that was the one that makes me look like a Republican? Not the maroon one. I won't wear that one. Fine. But Nancy Mace talked about Kamala's name and said Kamala. And that caused CNN to melt down, I'm not shitting you, for about a minute and a half. This video is 1 minute and 33 seconds long, and it caused the people on CNN to lose their fucking minds, which begs the question. See, I would be a lot more comfortable if CNN was just like pissed about the Kamala name thing, but they're really not pissed. They're just doing it to gaslight people. That would be fine with me. If these people actually believe that mispronouncing her name is racist and they're actually upset about it, that creeps me out more. Because at least with option number one, they know they're full of shit. They just don't care. But with option number two, that means that this shit actually bothers them, which is more troubling. CNN had a meltdown accusing Nancy Mace of being a white supremacist because she didn't pronounce Kamala's name right. Let's go ahead and watch this. Oh, no, neither of these two are Nancy Mace. This is Bo Dietl. And this is, Michelle Trachtenberg looks awful nowadays. All right, continuing on.
Michael. That sounds like self-hatred and justification of white supremacy. And let me just say this, because this Congresswoman is a wonderful...
Holy shit, is that Michael Eric Dyson? When did he start turning Sicilian? What the this has got to be the lighting, right? Like Michael Eric Dyson, correct me if I'm wrong, he used to be blacker than that. He looks like Bo Dietl. Like he looks like a Southern Italian man, not a black dude. It's fucking weird. Hashtag not my Michael Eric Dyson.
Wonderful human being.
He is circular.
But when you disrespect Kamala Harris by saying you will call her whatever you want, I know you don't intend it to be that way. That's the history and legacy of white disregard for the humanity of black people.
Oh my God. Michael Eric. You know, I will say this. It's on brand for Michael, though. This is what he does. Everything you do comes back to the history of oppression of black people. It's kind of his bread and butter. It's his calling card. It's his, you might be a redneck. You might be oppressing black.
Yeah, he ain't never changed a bit. What the fuck is Aaron thinking?
And they go, oh, you can't call her Kamala. She's like, I'll call her whatever the fuck I want. Well, this is obviously just like slavery.
Now you're calling me racist.
I didn't say. I just said you weren't
BS.
racist.
That is complete.
You don't have to intend racism to
No. You are intending that
No, I'm not calling you a racist. You don't have to intend racism to accomplish it. So wait a minute. Are you not calling her a racist, or are you saying she's being unintentionally racist? That's the funniest thing. Go back to that. She's like, oh, so now you're calling me a racist. He's like, I do not call you a racist. You do not have to intend racism. Fuck, dude.
to be that way. That's the history and legacy of white disregard for the humanity of black people.
Oh, so now you're calling me racist.
I didn't say. I just said you weren't a
BS.
racist.
That is
No,
complete.
you don't have to
BS.
intend racism
No,
to
no.
accomplish
You are
it.
intending that
Your
I am
disrespect
racist,
of Kamala
and
Harris
that
is part and parcel of a
why can't
tradition
you
of
just-
disrespect.
It's offensive,
Congresswoman,
and it's
why can't you
it's
just?
offensive.
I'm
and
not
it's
calling you a
disgusting.
racist.
No,
I'm
you
telling
are.
you what the
You
practice
are.
is
You
racist.
are. You
Why can't
absolutely
we
are.
just
The
hear
practice
what
is
I'm
racist.
saying?
Let me get in here.
No, what's
God,
disgusting
a lot of
is-
black dudes
By the
yelling
way,
at a
this
white
is
woman.
why we will never have another good election. We'll never have another good president. We'll never have like, oh, what happened to the media? It will just always be this. This is more of that idiocracy chirping. You're on a news network. You're on a news station. And that news station is now home to an argument about whether or not mispronouncing someone's name is fucking racist or not. That's the level of deep discourse we're having right now on CNN. Hey, that way you pronounce that thing, do you just like hate blacks? And like, oh, are you saying I'm racist? Why would I say that? Why? And then everybody just jumping down each other's throat over the. And the segment's over. You're going to commercial. We've accomplished
Morning,
nothing.
Kip.
Less than
Nice to
nothing.
see
We've
you.
made everyone dumber who's watching the show. Who I guess based on the people who own CNN, they might actually. That might be the point.
Your
Disgusting.
disrespect of her.
Professor.
This gentleman said,
You know what?
I
You know
didn't know
what's
her name.
disgusting
He's
to
trying to
women
do
is
it.
her disrespect of women. She doesn't know what a woman is. And if at 25 years ago,
White
I
women don't
became-
have the ability to tell black women who paid the price of blood to make this country what it is to tell them they're not real women.
Wait, Kamala Harris paid the price of blood when? When Montel Williams went down on her period? When did Kamala Harris pay the price? That's hilarious to me. Kamala, you know who paid her price in blood for this country? Tulsi Gabbard. She served. She was a soldier. How did Kamala Harris? Are you talking about black people that came before Kamala Harris? Because, yeah, they accomplished some shit. Kamala Harris just stands on the shoulders of those people. I hate this idea that just because you're the same skin color, you get the same credit as people who came before you. Bullshit. I don't get to say that I bled for this country because my grandpa fought in World War II. That's his sacrifice. I get a sweet, way better life because he did that. So, yeah, this whole fucking Kamala paid the price in blood. Why? Because of slavery?
Blood.
Dude,
What up,
stop
blood?
it.
25
They
years
care for
ago,
your babies
25
and
years ago,
respected
I
your
became
humanity.
the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina. I
So call her
fought my
name
way
right.
through it.
So
tooth
pronounce
and
her
nail,
name
blood,
right.
sweat,
Let
and
me
tears.
actually-
Oh, so Nancy Mace really did fucking bleed for this country. She's a military bitch. God, she's cute. Holy shit. She went to the Citadel? More like the sit on my face, Adele. Am I right? Yeah, see, it's a highbrow fucking show we do here. How did we make almost $400 today? How did that happen? It shouldn't be allowed.
Pronounce her name
And
right.
Kamala Harris, if I
Kamala,
were a man,
Kamala. You said
I
this
will
before.
say
Nancy
anything that I
Nancy.
want.
It's
Come on, it's
Kamala. You're
Kamala.
doing this
You
on
disrespect-
purpose,
I am
Congresswoman.
not.
Why are you having this much of a fucking meltdown over a emphasis on a syllable? Jesus Christ, you guys. Let her say Kamala or Kamala or whatever, and let's move the fuck on. Hey, I'd like to make a point about politics. Wait, pronounce the thing right first. Oh, Christ. Jesus. You know, kind of like when, Democrats were calling Trump Drumpf. Remember that? They were like found out that when his family came here, their name used to be Drumpf. And then they thought it was like really funny and like an own to call him Drumpf. That wasn't racist. That wasn't terrible, but saying Kamala. And by the way, the only reason Nancy Mace is saying Kamala is because she knows you guys are going to have a fucking shit fit when she does. So just fucking chill and let her make a point, and then she'll probably stop doing it.
Disrespectful.
If,
You can't expect people to
if
respect
a
your
man put
service
on
if
a
you don't
skirt
respect
and walked
hers.
that stage 25 years ago, she
You're a
would have
white
said
woman
she would have
disrespecting a
taken
black
that
woman. That is
achievement away from
problematic.
women.
I agree.
That's
Dyson, let me get in
disgusting.
here because
That's-
I want to
that's
play
disgusting.
one more bit from.
You're a white woman disrespecting a black woman. Yeah, usually it's the opposite. The fuck is going on here? We're switching everything up. It's not right. Someone asking, why is Bob Backlund on that panel? Someone saying I should wear my Liberace shirt to court tomorrow. No, I'm not going to wear my Liberace shirt to court tomorrow. I would get the fucking Fred Gwynn and My Cousin Vinny treatment. What do you call that outfit? What? These are my clothes. This is how I dress. They'd call that a violation of the order. They'd be like, no, it's offensive to everybody.
Yeah,
really.
she is some word salad.
Somebody writing
ain't
in,
she?
what has Camel
Anyway,
Toe done to earn any
Sure, Bob.
respect? Certainly in your mind, nothing, as you called her Camel Toe, which I believe is a mispronunciation of her name. I hate to break it to you. Before we go any further here in overtime, first of all, like and subscribe. Thank you guys very much for all of your support. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms. Yes, of course I'm 18.
Dayla, it's
Lower
tomorrow,
receivers,
and I don't
handguns,
know. I think
rifles,
it's
shotguns,
9
magazines,
o'clock
optics, knives,
is
parts
what
of
I
gear.
heard, 9 in
Best
the
part
morning.
is a lot of it, most of it, almost all of it is listed on their website. You can go shopping right there at midlandarmory.com. Grab yourself a new firearm, maybe a new rifle for when the hunting season comes up. Maybe you can grab yourself something for a little home defense or something that's just fun to shoot at the range. Midland Armory will ship it to an FFL dealer near you, or if you are an FFL dealer, they'll ship it right to your door. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Check out their shop in downtown Foley. Go see Derek and Tracy today and see what they might have for you. They've also got knives, optics, parts, anything you're looking for. Suppressors, find it at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, or go to midlandarmory.com and you can ask Derek and Tracy a question that you might have about firearms. Maybe it's your first time. No one better to talk to than Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our
Okay, guys. I'm sorry. All right, guys. I don't know if you watch or you're familiar with this. This is Dylan from nowhere or somewhere. And of course, it's the beautiful Dirty Daylish is his guest. And I just want to show you something really quick that I thought it was damn funny. Dylan is a strange bird. Nice guy, little different, but you follow him over there, Dylan from somewhere. He's a good feller. But I think this is hilarious. They're discussing Paula Kuehl or whatever all this stuff is that everybody Aaron was a part of. And what I think it means is they're just not into committed relationships. They just want to fuck everybody, whoever, anytime they can. That's the game. But I want you to listen as he's giving out. They're talking about this, him and Dayla, and then he offers something up. Well, let's just play it here and we'll go over it. Hold on with me now. It's pretty good.
Them. You're here to hang out with me. That's really fucking cool. I guess that's my niche, is not shitting on the people who watch me. But some
not without a
people,
coffee table as a barrier.
some people have a degradation kink,
Okay.
right? And,
Hello.
Dylan's into
Yes, I
getting
did
beat up
score
by
high
mistress.
on the BDSM test of degrader and degradee.
They like to be beat.
Pretty even. So some people like degrading.
He
Some
wants you
people
to
like being
step on his
degraded. I do
testicles
go
with
both ways
high-heeled
there. So
fuck me
if
shoes.
that is one of those streams you do of I'm being mistress mean to you degradees. That is up my alley.
Dylan,
Yes.
date number 2. We should take the quiz together. We should each take it.
We're talking about a quiz to
and
see
do our
where you
results.
rank
Even though you've already done it, do it again with me on screen.
Yeah, it's been a
Pretty
while,
funny.
so my
scale.
tastes may have changed. My FetLife profile might be out of date because you do change as a person. I do recall last time ethical non-monogamy 100%. We'll see if I still hold that being 100%. I know for a fact I am going to score low on Brat. I am a good sub
Don't
and
know
I
what Brat
follow
is,
orders,
but
and
I'm sure it's about
like
getting
my
spanked
mistress
by your mistress.
to be pleased when she gives me an assignment. I know for a fact I am scoring very low on Brat.
I'm gonna score high right now. Stomp, 100%.
Don't know what that means. Obviously, they do.
I'll take my punishments though. See, we have to take the test. It's gonna be fun. I can't wait.
Sounds
I'm interested to see what I score because I haven't taken it since I was like a teenager.
It's been years for me since I took it, and it was for FetLife, and I haven't been on FetLife in quite a while. But I was like, I'm either going to show the face or I'm going to show the wang, and I went with the face of showing rather than the wang. I guess I could do both, but that seems to be what.
Okay, pay close attention here now. And what I want you to do is, while Dylan is telling this story about the wang, there's going to be a real awkward moment here, and then Dirty Dayless, she's going to even embarrass a porno girl, or leave her speechless. She don't know what the fuck to say. So let's carry on here.
A good many people decide is like, I am putting myself out there. I want to be very lewd with it and keep my anonymity, or be kind of lewd with it and show you who I am.
I like that you were confident enough to at least have the thought of, am I going to show my dick or my face? Because a lot of people are too afraid to, show.
Now you're going to see here in a second, apparently, goddamn Dylan has got the impressive wang, as he calls it. He must be hung like a horse, but pay attention here.
What's underneath the clothes, even if they hide their face, right? So I like your confidence.
When I was dating, I allowed the kinky nanny to put the lower half on, and it was kind of odd going and meeting some of her kink friends and them giving me compliments on my wang. And it's like, oh, that's right. You've seen me fully erect. It's on her page over there.
What? Watch your eyes. Oh,
sorry. I was like, oh,
that was some awkward silence.
Yes, it is. Well, if the kinky nanny still has her page, I haven't been on FetLife in a while, but it exists from years and years ago. Another, I think she's the only one that put up the full Monty. I don't think any of my other play partners asked. So can I show everything? Yeah, I think she was the only one. So one lady over on FetLife has the everything from years ago. Actually, those pictures will be much better than me currently. As I put on this jacket, I'm like, oh, you lazy bastard, Dylan. You need to do yoga. This is not acceptable of how these clothes kind of sort of fit, but not on the outside.